IT. He is the chairman and managing director of NEGD and MyGov and so many things. Very well known to DEF for the last 20 years. He has seen how DEF has grown. Thank you very much for being here. We have, for your information, Amandeep, we have also Laurent, who is from European Union. He has been very instrumental in taking RTI to the national level in terms of access to entitlement. So he is also here in the consultation. And then we have several people here who have made themselves available to facilitate the discussion, like Dr. Amirullah Khan, economist, and Amitabh Singhal, who is the founder and the original creator of Nixie and ISP Association of India. We have Natasha Badwar, a media expert, and she is here to also facilitate. We have Deepak Maheshwari, who is very well known for his statistical brain about all the telecom statistics. We have Shalini Kala, ex-IDRC. So all these people are going to facilitate the meeting. That's the first 2 hours. But Amandeep, we are going to come to you after listening to people because of the time issue. I would like first to start with Mr. Abhishek Singh. He also has to go for his board meeting after 10:40 or something. So Mr. Abhishek Singh, can you please come and address in your 5 minutes of speech in the sense that, how India has contributed in bottom-up development in terms of connectivity, but also what kind of voice do we give to the UN? You sitting at the place where the ministry is watching and seeing and enabling and everything. So please come over and give us a little bit of keynote in the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Osama. Amandeep Gill, who is joined here virtually from New York. Experts in the field of ensuring digital empowerment who have been here today, and participants from all across the country who have joined us today in this consultation. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Osama and his entire team for having taken this agenda forward, not only for this event today, but for the last 20 years. I have been witness to the way Digital Empowerment Foundation has been ensuring that the gains of digital technologies, the gains of internet, the gains of e-governance reaches the last mile and ensures that we are able to empower citizens, we are able to empower small businesses, and we are able to ensure that everyone benefits from the digital economy. So that's really commendable. And as we move forward in the present age, and as we have in India, we have, like as I mentioned, that we have implemented a lot of digital platforms, digital projects at scale, which have been done in such a way that the common man uses it. It's not that when we create digital products, it should not result in digital divide. And while a lot of effort has been made in order to ensure that we connect more and more people, whether through Bharat Broadband Network, whether through 4G and 5G now coming, we always take pride in that in India, 874 million people are connected to the internet. They are able to access services. But when we take that number, at the same time, we are also conscious of the fact that not only we have the largest number of people who are connected to the internet, but we also have the largest number of people who are not connected to the internet. That number is also 500 million, much more than the populations of many countries. So how do we ensure that when we take e-services, when we take online services, everyone is connected? And that's the mantra behind leave no one behind, leave no voice behind, the theme of this consultation today. So to ensure that, we have taken several measures in the last few years. Like when the e-governance journey began, along with that, the digital inclusion was part of the agenda. So we began with the vision of having 100,000 common service centers. 100 common service centers are tele-centers, kiosks with internet connectivity run by village-level entrepreneurs who provide services in an assisted mode. So we have these CSCs which have now expanded to almost 550,000 centers across the length and breadth of the country. And these centers are offering all kinds of services, private services, business services, to citizens. They can book their train tickets, they can ask for rations, they can get information about public schemes, they can apply for jobs, they can get access to scholarships, pensions. Every entitlement which is there is made available through common service centers. The second most important aspect when we look at a country of our size and complexity is that we not only have to have e-services, but we have to have e-services in all Indian languages. We are a complex country with as many as 22 official languages. So the endeavor has been that whenever we build up a service, it should be available in all Indian languages. And for that, whether we look at Umang, whether we look at DigiLocker, whether we look at any service which have been available for services, for citizens, they are available in all Indian languages. And to further take this journey forward, we also have implementing a project called Bhashini. What Bhashini does is that it allows seamless translation of from one Indian language to the other and ensures that one is able to access service in their own mother tongue. And now taking the same thing forward, now our teams, the tech teams which are working on it, the researchers from various IITs, IIITs, ISS, they have also come up with voice-enabled internet, which allows people to access services through the voice command. And on the Umang app, in English and Hindi, one can go and say that, hey Umang, मुझे राशन कार्ड कैसे मिल सकता है? या मेरे ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस का स्टेटस क्या है? मैं पासपोर्ट के लिए कहाँ अप्लाई करूँ? So these queries can be asked on the Umang platform on a voice mode, and you can get the replies back in the voice mode. We also did a very interesting POC, which has not been rolled out for citizens, proof of concept, wherein we integrated the Bhashini APIs with the WhatsApp and also with the ChatGPT. ChatGPT has become the flavor of the season. I saw a banner outside also. So therein what it does is that it allows citizens, so Deepak is smiling because he has seen that demo once. So what it does is that on a WhatsApp interface, you can put a query in the language of your choice, and you can get the answer on that. So like, I'll just give you a demo. For example, if I ask on this about any public scheme, Osama, which scheme would you like to ask for? Come, just give a voice note here. Just record a voice note saying that कि जनधन योजना के बारे में मुझे बताइए.
जनधन योजना के बारे में मुझे बताइए.
ठीक है, तो Osama has asked the bot about Jandan Yojana. So what the Bhashini API will do is that it will translate what he asked into text first. It has heard you, it has translated it. Then it will give you the answer in first, it will pull the answer from ChatGPT.
Oh, yes.
It has given you the answer.
Oh, you
but
have integrated
sometimes,
ChatGPT here.
yes, so and maybe you will not like to read it. So reading is not very convenient for most people, especially it's in this. So what you would like to do is that you would like to hear it.
योजना भारत सरकार द्वारा 2014 में शुरू किया गया वित्तीय समावेशन कार्यक्रम है। इस योजना का प्राथमिक उद्देश्य समाज के सभी वर्गों, विशेष रूप से गरीबों और बैंकिंग सेवाओं से वंचित लोगों को बैंकिंग, बीमा, पेंशन, ऋण और अन्य सेवाओं जैसी वित्तीय सेवाएं प्रदान करना है। इस योजना ने 30 करोड़ से अधिक बैंक खाते खोलने में मदद की है और लाखों लोगों को वित्तीय सेवाओं तक पहुंच प्रदान की है।
So the power of this is that with a voice command, you are able to do this. And this works not only in Hindi, but it works in Telugu, Kannada, Bengali, Marathi, Gujarati, all Indian languages. And what we also did was that since this was working, input is voice and output is voice. So we also tried using it with a feature phone and a toll-free number, so that those people who do not have a smartphone, can they put the same query with voice on a feature phone number, and the back-end systems, computers, software, algorithms, they will translate the text, the voice input into a query that can be run, and the answer comes in, and the user listens to it in voice. So this is like these technologies, AI, ChatGPT, will ultimately empower all people. And if we are able to integrate that with all the services that we offer, then only we'll be able to say that yes, each one and everyone across India, the length or whichever language they speak is connected. So the possibilities are immense. I am sure with this consultation today, we'll be getting many more ideas, many more suggestions, and we'll look forward to the recommendations of this consultation exercise and try to see in what ways we can further improvise on the projects that we are implementing on the services that we are building up. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
So this is very interesting. I hope what Abhishek has just said in terms of linguistic and oralizing, technology in such a way that all the languages can take care and all the medium can take care, because oral is the natural medium. I hope also that it would gradually work in 780 languages that India has. Out of that, 250 we have lost in the last 50 years. But that's the last mile, I guess, in terms of culture, tribals, and aboriginals people and all that who live in the villages. But thank you very much for showing this technology and it as much as fast as it can enable. I would also like to welcome Renata here. I can see you sitting in the audience, senior expert from the Office of Envoy to the Technology, Mr. Amandeep Gill. Thank you for making it in person, and we will like you to also facilitate one of the discussion tables later in the discussion. May I now, Amandeep, request you to address your note and address the community who is sitting here, and also tell them from your perspective that what would you like them to hear across 7 tables, which we are trying to also go and show you as the discussion go on and make you awake another 2 hours at night in New York. Thank you very much for joining. The mic is with you now.
Thank you very much, Osama. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you, Abhishek, for setting the stage for leaving no voice behind so nicely. The power of technology to connect the unconnected, to make the voices of those who are not normally heard, that's immense. But at the same time, there are risks, there are potential abuses, misuse of technology that we must clearly and firmly address if we are to ensure that the digital transformation works for everyone and that our digital future is open, it's free, it's secure, it's inclusive, and it is human-centered. So essentially, that's the reason why we are gathered here today. And I'm really grateful to all those who have traveled from across India, to the facilitators, and all those who work in this space, whether it is NIXI and the ISPs in India, impressive work, particularly over the last 10 years, or those who are working in the civil society tech policy space to make sure that our regulatory, our governance frameworks also evolve in the right direction. So thank you very, very much for coming together and for helping us at the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology to make sure that the process that we are starting off on the Global Digital Compact is transparent, is open, it's inclusive, and it has genuine feedback from the grassroots. I want to just share a few thoughts on what the Global Digital Compact is, what is this process that you are part of now as of today, and what are the milestones going forward. A few years ago, the Secretary General initiated a global conversation on digital issues through a multi-stakeholder initiative. This was the high-level panel on digital cooperation set up in 2018. And I recall as the executive director of the Secretariat spending time with Osama and his colleagues in January 2019, learning about some of their work on addressing misinformation, disinformation, making sure that users in rural areas are aware of the risks associated with these technologies, but also the tremendous work that was being done in promoting content in local languages. And something that Osama said at that time has stayed with me, which is that often you have poverty because you have content poverty. We are poor because we are content poor. And those were his words at that time. So that exercise benefited from inputs across the globe, including India, and resulted in a report which was then taken to member states and converted into a roadmap on digital cooperation. And what is this digital cooperation? This is essentially improving collaboration across borders between countries on digital policy issues. And it is also improving collaboration across sectors, the private sector, governments, civil society, the technology community, academia, so that the digital transformation makes sense for everyone, benefits everyone. So this roadmap for digital cooperation that was launched in 2020 was a significant step forward in the international community's efforts on digital issues. And this is not something that has come out of the blue. There is a long tradition going back to the WSIS process, the World Summit on Information Society, which were first held in Geneva in 2003 and in Tunis in 2005. So they came out with an agenda, the Tunis agenda, and a program that has guided efforts in the multilateral space on inclusiveness, on responsible use of digital technologies. So this 2018, 2019, 2020 efforts were in that context and took it to the next level, given the many, many challenges and opportunities that have emerged since the early WSIS meetings. Data and AI, social media platforms, their immense power, also sometimes the misuse that we've seen of those platforms. Now, when the member states of the UN gathered for the 75th anniversary of the UN, they agreed that one of the 12 things that they would do going forward is improve digital cooperation. So this is how this concept, this notion became mainstream at the UN. And the Secretary General was asked to present a report to the member states on that occasion, and his report title Our Common Agenda suggested that there be a summit of the future. A summit of the future where member states come together and renew their commitment to multilateralism. This, in the Secretary General's own words, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reinvigorate global action, recommit to fundamental principles, and further develop the frameworks of multilateralism so they are fit for the future. And one of the outcomes that the Secretary General proposed for this summit is a global digital compact to be agreed through a multi-stakeholder technology track. The idea being to capture political will at the highest level for an open, free, secure, inclusive, and human-centered digital space. So this is the process that has just started. The summit is to be held in September 2024 in New York. A ministerial meeting would be held this year to prepare for the summit. And as of January this year, Rwanda and Sweden, the two co-facilitators of the technology track, have started holding consultations with all stakeholders, member states, governments, private sector, civil society, academia, youth groups, and others on the process itself, on what should be the content of the Global Digital Compact, and what are the chief concerns, chief aspirations of all the stakeholders. We've had 3 rounds of those consultations in New York, and now the discussion is moving to some themes. These are themes that are picked up from what is said in the common agenda, but have been reshaped in the light of the inputs from different stakeholders. So just to list them, and I'm sure in the 7 tables that we have today, some of these would resonate. The first theme is digital inclusion and connectivity. The second one is internet governance. The third one is data protection. The fourth one is human rights online. Then there is digital trust and security. There is artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. You heard the reference to ChatGPT, which is a kind of generative AI that has immense power. Then there is the issue of global digital commons, including aspects of digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, and finally, how do we accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals by leveraging digital technologies? So these deep dives would result in thorough preparation for the ministerial meeting. And after the ministerial meeting at the end of the year, we will move into a negotiation phase for the Global Digital Compact. So this is a little bit of the context to this process, this outcome that we have started off at the UN. So I want to wrap up my remarks by emphasizing the importance of what you're going to discuss and what you're going to bring to the table. Often in multilateral forums in New York, Geneva, Vienna, Paris, Nairobi, other places, there is a heavy emphasis on policy initiatives, policy thinking that comes from governments. In the digital space, that can sometimes be limiting. The digital ecosystem is co-created with the private sector, with citizens. Therefore, we need to make sure that all those voices are captured. The digital ecosystem is also unique in terms of how it impacts our societies. It's a little bit like the climate change ecosystem or some of these other global challenges around biodiversity loss, around environmental concerns that we cannot just handle by focusing on the actions of governments. Think of India's G20 initiative, the LIFE initiative, where citizens and communities are also sought to be engaged on climate action. So digital must be a multi-stakeholder conversation from the start to the end. And therefore, today, you, the different stakeholders, in this regard, have an opportunity to think about what kind of a digital future that you wish for. What is it that you do not wish for in the digital future? Because let's be clear, these are extremely powerful technologies that can have magnifying impacts, not only in terms of the good that we wish for, collectively, but they can also have an impact on some of the asymmetries of power. In the social spaces that we have, sometimes power asymmetries lurk just below the surface. And it's important to not only think about what is being said, but also what's not being said. And I hope the discussions today allow us to surface some of these concerns as well related to power, who does what and for whose benefit, and who benefits and who gets left out, and how can we make sure that no one gets left out if they wish to be part of something. There could be areas where we do not wish to be part of certain solutions that are brought before us. So I hope your discussion uncovers all these aspects of digital and results in a comprehensive report, which we will welcome, which we look forward to at the UN. And I hope that this is also the start of a conversation that we continue to have these inputs as we go along on this journey to the Summit of the Future. Thank you very much again, and looking forward to the rest of the session. I did want to give a shout out to my colleague, Dr. Renata Duan, who's there in person at the consultations, and she'll be there listening in, participating with you, and I'll be listening in as much as I can, as long as I'm awake. Thank you.
Thanks, Amandeep, for those briefing notes. Now I don't have to do all those briefing notes. That was very, very well. I will just slightly translate into Hindi for the rest of the people. When we will go for the discussion, जब हम लोग discussion में जाएंगे तो 7 टेबल होंगे, उसमें आप लोग बांट जाएंगे जो आपको टॉपिक अच्छा लगे. मैं एक बार और उस टॉपिक को दोहरा दूंगा आप लोगों को, लेकिन उससे पहले आई वुड लाइक Mr. Laurent to come over and give us his point of view and his keynote. Also because Laurent has been in India for many, many years. He calls himself more an Indian than anybody else. And he has served as a bureaucrat in EU for a very long time. He is also a champion of RTI. And he has run many programs in India, including one of the programs that we ran many, many years, about 5 years. Thank you very much for agreeing to come and tell us your perspective in terms of Global Digital Compact and also the voices from the ground.
Thank you very much, Osama. Namaskar. Okay, I could have decided to have a nice presentation, make an effort that everybody is going to understand. But I hope Osama can translate the essence. But if there was only one message, I would like to echo what Amandeep has said. I think and also Osama has said, I think what I am interested in here is to hear what are your concerns. So that's my main interest for being here. I will not hear everything because I will have to leave by 12:30, but I will be here till 12:30. And I will be in touch with Osama later on to try to see what's coming out from here. But if there's only one thing you can keep from me is that you should be sure that the EU is very interested in hearing from what you have to say. So usually, I don't like to read speeches, I hate that. I prefer to have a live conversation, but here I'm talking about a subject that, let's say, I understand as a world citizen, but I don't master as a technician. Therefore, I think I will give you maybe a boring speech for many of you, but I hope that Osama and some others can still grasp some of it and use it later on. So basically, I want to focus also because Osama has known me as a friend, engaged in cooperation, in development cooperation, but I represent an institution who in India is no longer acting on development cooperation, very, very little. We are into EU-India partnership mode. I will not explain in detail, but which means that we engage less and less with the last mile. But we are trying to re-engage, and that's also why I'm here. So I'm just going to give you some information on what the EU and India have been engaging in ICT. EU and India have been engaging in digital cooperation for the last 20 years. And we have focused on 2 key issues in the last 7 years, on ICT standardization and on data protection and data flows. So we understand that India considers the digital transition as a unique opportunity to leapfrog and bring innovative, affordable, and good quality public services and business opportunities, including to the population residing in rural India, where, if I'm not mistaken, we still have around 2/3 of the population. For this, one priority is to ensure deployment of infrastructures, including in rural and remote areas. While India has taken strong stance and actions for equitable access to digital technology, and the Digital India Scheme, and India is supporting the adoption of new technologies, including Internet of Things. In an ambitious Smart Cities program, the country still needs to develop its compass and policy framework for a human-centric approach, including personal data protection, trustworthy technologies, or reducing the gender divide. So keep in mind that I have not cooked or prepared this just for this event. This is what we are working on when we engage with India. So when I'm talking about a human-centric approach, I'm not saying that to please you or to please Osama. This is what we have committed to engage with the government of India. Also, besides, while India is home of strong international IT companies and of striving and very successful startups, India has yet to develop an ecosystem in digital communication and wants to participate to global definition of standards. Besides, India has the ambition to fully participate in shaping the global agenda of digital transformation, promoting a model of open source e-governance solutions to the international community. Its approach is still being defined or refined to privacy and personal data protection, conditions for international data flows, ethical frameworks for artificial intelligence, cyber and network security will have an international impact. So if we get out of the Internet of Things, of digitalization, you know better than me that India has also this Make in India, and we can understand that. Also in some of the European countries, we have Make in France or Make in Germany, we have that. But I think here we're not so much about national standards, but about international standards. The conversation here we're having is for a global compact. So it's a compact that would, you know, benefit all, would be for all. So let's say if we were going to go just for India compact, it's okay, it might be useful for India, but it will not be useful for the rest of the world. And internet is really, really, really much a transborder issue. So we really have to think global. I don't think we have a choice. Very much based on local as well, but we have to think global. Just to let you know where we stand today in terms of our strengthened digital partnerships with the government of India. Let's say 2022 has been quite a significant year for us because we've decided, the EU and India has decided to increase the level of cooperation, calling for the development of an EU-India Digital Investment Forum. So we're working on that with the government of India. And you hear me, government of India, but you also heard me before. We want to really enlarge the conversation, make sure that all voices are heard, all the different kinds of stakeholders are heard. We also were developing an EU-India Artificial Intelligence Task Force. And the most significant, in April 2022, your Prime Minister and our President of the Commission, of the European Commission, jointly announced an EU-India Technology Trade Council at the nexus between trade, technology, and security. So we are less into the last mile. We are very much into trade, but again, everything is related. And believe me, those who do trade, they would like to have as many customers as possible, so they want to go to the last mile as well. So they are very interested if you can help them go to the last mile, and this is also where you have a role to play. Yes, we can help you go to the last mile, but make sure that this last mile, what you're providing to the last mile is also benefiting the last mile, not just your own interest. Right, I think I should end here, but just for you to see, if you maybe just two messages. We are very little, we are no longer the EU that some of you have known. We are no longer the EU who invest, especially in development cooperation. We are an EU that does partnership with India on many, many sectors, including digital. So we want you, or some of you, to be part of these partnerships we have with the government of India. So there are platforms where, let's say, civil society actors are formally represented. There are platforms where they are not represented, or there are platforms where they are weakly represented. We want to make sure that the right voices are heard and can be heard on the right platforms. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laurent, for emphasizing all those points. For those who would like to hear in Hindi, लॉरेंट ने कुछ बातें बहुत ज़रूरी कहीं कि रूरल इंडिया की कनेक्टिविटी बहुत ज़रूरी है, एक्सेस बहुत ज़रूरी है, और पॉलिसीज़ ऐसी बननी चाहिए कि सब की आवाज़ सुनाई दे, और कोई भी अनकनेक्टेड ना रहे, और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक टेक्नोलॉजी को अपनाना चाहिए। इक्विटेबल एक्सेस होना चाहिए, मतलब सबको बराबर हक है एक्सेस का। एक्सेस का यहाँ पर मतलब है इंटरनेट एक्सेस और टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सेस। मेरी एक शिकायत ये है कि सब लोग बोलते हैं कि हम सबकी सुनना चाहते हैं लेकिन करते नहीं हैं। ये हमको नोट डाउन कराना है जब डिस्कशन करेंगे कि एक्सेस तो बहुत ज़रूरी है, सब लोग बोल देते हैं, सरकार बोलती है कि ठीक है, अभिषेक भी बोल के गए कि हम लोग वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट अनकनेक्टेड कंट्री हैं, तो ठीक है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सवाल ये है कि तो फिर पॉलिसी ऐसी क्यों बनाते हैं कि जो अनकनेक्टेड हैं उसको 5 पैसे की जगह 50 पैसे लगने पड़ते हैं कनेक्टिविटी के लिए, या दूर जाके कनेक्ट होना पड़ता है, या ये बोलते हैं कि बिना कनेक्टिविटी के इलाज नहीं होगा, या बिना कनेक्टिविटी के खाना नहीं मिलेगा, या बिना कनेक्टिविटी के पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे। ये तो नहीं बोलना चाहिए। ठीक है, कनेक्ट करवा दो, सुन लो, देर लग रही है वो भी ठीक है, लेकिन सज़ा तो मत दो कनेक्टिविटी ना होने की वजह से। तो ये चीज़ हमको बोलनी है कि अपने डिस्कशन में कि हमें पता है कि हमारे पास सड़क देर से आएगी, लेकिन सड़क नहीं होने की सज़ा नहीं होनी चाहिए, सड़क या फिर कनेक्टिविटी नहीं होने की सज़ा नहीं होनी चाहिए। तो पॉलिसी शुड बी इंक्लूसिव, पॉलिसी शुड नॉट बी मेड इन सच अ वे दैट इफ़ आई एम नॉट कनेक्टेड आई एम पेइंग 5 times हायर अमाउंट, इफ़ आई एम नॉट कनेक्टेड आई एम नॉट एबल टू एक्सेस द doctor. If I am not connected, I cannot sit on the examination online. If I am not connected, my ration is not reaching my home. That should not be the situation. And those are the things that we are going to discuss. So एक final है ये Laurent, thank you very much. Abhishek, thank you very much. Amandeep, thank you very much. And we are now getting into discussion. यहाँ पर 7 टेबल हैं जिसमें ऑरेंज कलर के पेपर में ये लिखा हुआ है। पहला पॉइंट है, टेबल है जिसका टॉपिक है कनेक्ट ऑल पीपल टू द इंटरनेट इंक्लूडिंग ऑल स्कूल्स। इस टेबल पे कुछ लोग चले जाएंगे। ये डॉक्टर तारिक फ्रॉम कोशिश, ही विल फैसिलिटेट, वहाँ कोने में बैठे हैं। और दूसरा टेबल है जिसका नाम है डिजिटल कॉमन्स एज ए ग्लोबल गुड, ये डॉक्टर सैयद फैसिलिटेट करेंगे। And third table is apply human rights online, and the facilitator is Natasha Badwar, she will facilitate that table. चौथी टेबल है, the fourth table is accountability for discrimination and misleading content, शालिनी कला फैसिलिटेट करेंगी। पांचवा टेबल है अवॉइड इंटरनेट फ्रैगमेंटेशन, अमिताभ सिंगल फैसिलिटेट करेंगे। छठा है प्रोटेक्ट डेटा, तो डेटा के अराउंड जितना डिस्कशन है इस टेबल पे होगा वो है आमिरुल्लाह खान, डॉक्टर आमिरुल्लाह खान फैसिलिटेट करेंगे। And the 7th is regulation of artificial intelligence. This will be facilitated by Renata Devan and Jenny. So Renata, you will also be accompanied with Jenny just to make it easy for you in terms of language and other things. And she is from the UN Tech Envoy's office. तो ये 7 टेबल हैं। तो इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने वाले 3 कैटेगरी के लोग हैं। एक जो कम्युनिटी से आए हुए हैं, गांव से आए हुए हैं, वो लोग इन तीनों टेबल पे बैठ जाए, ये 7 टेबल पे बैठ जाएं। एंड देन हमारे टेक इनोवेटर्स हैं जो हमारे अवार्ड के फाइनलिस्ट हैं, those people are also requested to please choose the table and enrich the discussion, because you guys are innovators, you guys are innovators. In the afternoon you are going to get awarded and going to be felicitated, but at this point of time you guys can be the huge contributor to this discussion, which is your voice will be heard at the UN. So please enrich those tables. Those people who cannot find a chair, please stand stand around the table, the topic that you like. I have a request to the facilitator that this session is for 35 minutes. The discussion will be for 35 minutes, and you have to come with 3 outcomes. One is few core principles out of the discussion. So maybe 1 or 2 or 3 core principles under your topic. The second point is key commitment. What are the commitments? Maybe commitment from CSO क्या होना चाहिए, commitment from private sector क्या होना चाहिए उस काम को करने के लिए, and the commitment from government क्या होना चाहिए, and anything, any commitment from anyone. The third is action points. What should be the action points? So when you come back after your table and discussion is over, you will be given 5 to 7 minutes to share your key commitments, few core principles and action points. And all this, if it hasn't gone to your head, you can keep on asking us. Every table has got multiple languages, multiple regions, multiple geographies, multiple cultures. Please be sensitive to them. Please be open to hear them, and please articulate accordingly. In the meanwhile, we will show on video to Amandeep how the discussion is going on. There are a few cameras which is going around. If you want us not to see you, and you can hide behind the camera, but you can keep the voice open. But we would really like you to be available to see the post-discussion outcomes. We are going to have some beautiful graffitis. We are going to have some beautiful drawings. We are going to have beautiful caricatures and notings, which we would like to show you. So we will come back on a stage in about 40 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. Thank you very much. And while you are at it, there is a video playing here. You don't have to get diverted, but you can watch. Leave no voice behind. I support Global Digital Compact.
कोई आवाज नहीं छूटे,
कोई आवाज ना छूटे,
कोई आवाज ना छूटे,
कोनो आवाज छन छूटे।
Leave no voice behind. Leave no voice behind. I support global.
तो जन बाद
everyone, sorry to interrupt, but हमारे पास 5 मिनट रह गए हैं discussion के, then we'll start the facilitation.
Really ready to, not ready to wrap up. I am sure you must have wrapped up. Please be ready to come on the stage to share your notes. I will start calling people as I called in the morning. Okay, the first one, the first group that is going to make presentation in about 3 minutes of what happened in the table is connect all people to the internet, including all schools, by facilitator Muhammad Tariq from Koshish. Kindly come on the stage to share. Rest of the people, please do listen. I would also like to call upon Dr. Amandeep, that we had a lovely discussion, very engaging discussion for 45 minutes. Nobody wants to leave the table, unfortunately. Everybody is engaged. I would also like to take your attention to these graffitis. Can somebody show these graffitis to Amandeep from the camera? Is there anybody who... Zoom camera? Shivam? Shivam, can you come? जो लोग ऑडियंस में बैठे हैं वो भी देख सकते हैं कि ये यहाँ से इधर से आ जाओ. Can you show? So Amandeep, you can see these graffitis that has been made on tote bags. Tote bags are very common in UN meetings. And this has been made in such a way that, what is the contribution that DF team and other from the grassroots have been made, and it is being showcased here. To avoid internet fragmentation, these are the key points. We are also detailing this out to send on the submit online. But since the civil society sector is very much affiliated with tote bags as their way of participating in conferences, so these graffitis has been made on tote bags on all the 7 areas. जो लोग ऑडियंस में हैं वो लोग यहाँ आके ये एग्जीबिशन देख सकते हैं कि जो आप लोग डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं उसमें क्या क्या ग्राफिटी बनाई गई है. आप लोग वहाँ जो बात कर रहे हैं वो हम लोग यहाँ पर ग्राफिटी में कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे. Okay, Tariq, please come and share what happened in your on your table. Connect all people to the internet, including all schools. Mike is here. Everyone, facilitator will have 3 minutes.
हम लोग करीब 16 लोग थे ग्रुप में, और हम कनेक्टिविटी पर बात कर रहे थे. जो कोर प्रिंसिपल्स हमने डिस्कशन किया, इक्वल एक्सेस हमने एक माना कि सभी लोगों को उनके ज्योग्राफी, उनके जेंडर, उनकी इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस, किसी भी तरह के डिफ्रेंसिएशन से हटा के एक्सेस जो है वो इक्वल एक्सेस होगा हमारे किसी भी तरह के प्रोग्राम जो होगा उसका. और हमारे जो कोई भी प्रोग्राम्स डिज़ाइन होंगे प्लेटफॉर्म्स के, वो रियल लाइफ सिचुएशंस में कॉन्टेक्स्ट होने चाहिए, वो बेस्ड होने चाहिए. तो एक यूनिवर्सल कनेक्टिविटी एक बेसिक प्रिंसिपल हम मान रहे हैं हमारे प्रोग्राम्स के लिए. और ऐसा ना हो कि अगर मैं कनेक्टेड नहीं हूँ तो मैं डिप्राइव्ड हो जाऊँ मेरे राइट से या अधिकारों से। तो मेरे पास एक चॉइस हो कि अगर मैं किसी भी कारणवश कनेक्टेड नहीं हूँ, वो मेरे पास होना चाहिए, उससे मैं मेरे अधिकार नहीं छिनेंगे। तो राइट टू रिमेन अनकनेक्टेड भी एक बात है। हमने CSOs और प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स और गवर्नमेंट तीनों के जिम्मेदारियों पर भी थोड़ी चर्चा की। जो भी प्रोग्राम्स होंगे, प्लेटफॉर्म्स होंगे, उसको ज़मीन तक, देश के हर हिस्से में हर व्यक्ति तक ले जाने की जो जिम्मेदारी है, वो ग्रुप में ऐसा लगा कि सबसे बेहतर ढंग से सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस कर सकती हैं, क्योंकि उनकी प्रेजेंस हर जगह है। इसका जो कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री है वो सरकार के एंड पे है कि वो स्केल करने की जिम्मेदारी जो है वो जिम्मेदारी रोल जो है वो गवर्नमेंट का होगा। किसी भी प्रोग्राम को अगर कुछ रेजिस्टेंस है, लोगों में एक माइंडसेट बनाना है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की होगी, क्योंकि उनके जो रिश्ते होते हैं कम्युनिटी के साथ में, दे कैन डू दैट। जो डार्क एरियाज कहते हैं, जो गैप्स है, जो छूट रहे लोग, उसको फ्लैग करने की जिम्मेदारी जो है वो कम्युनिटीज़ की होगी। और प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स पे हमने कहा कि जो रिसर्च है नए एप्लीकेशंस के लिए, नए प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए जो रिसर्च होनी चाहिए, उसमें जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, उनको डेवलप करने के लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, वो जिम्मेदारी बिजनेस सेक्टर्स की होने चाहिए। कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट के साथ साथ जो लोकेशन है, ऐसा कई सारे जो ग्रुप में मेंबर्स थे उनका एक्सपीरियंस है कि बिजनेस से, कॉर्पोरेट से जो इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है वो उनके प्रेफर्ड लोकेशंस या जोग्राफीज़ के लिए होती है, तो बहुत स्क्यूड सा इन्वेस्टमेंट है। तो वो अक्रॉस होना चाहिए, जिसको कराने की जिम्मेदारी गवर्नमेंट की होगी। सरकार का के दायित्व पर है कि लोगों में इन्वेस्ट करने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होगी। फॉर एग्जांपल टीचर्स में इन्वेस्ट करने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होगी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने के लिए अक्रॉस द रीजन्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होगी। और एक्शन पॉइंट्स हमने 4, 5, 6 हमने किए हैं। एक कि एक ऐसा एप्लीकेशन बिल्ड हो जो हाइब्रिड मोड पे काम करे। इंटरनेट की ज़रूरत उसको हर वक्त नहीं होने चाहिए। और सिर्फ कंटेंट ही नहीं, प्लेटफॉर्म भी लोकल वर्नाकुलर लैंग्वेजेस में अवेलेबल होना चाहिए। और कन्वर्जेंस अलग अलग स्कीम प्रोग्राम्स का, गवर्नमेंट का, ताकि जो या टेक्निकलिटीज़ हैं जो एक्सक्लूड करती हैं सर्टेन कम्युनिटीज़ या लोगों को, उसका रिमूवल होकर प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए। एक 2 वे फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए, ताकि NGOs और गवर्नमेंट की जो पार्टनरशिप की ज़रूरत है हर व्यक्ति तक टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंचाने के लिए, वो एक पार्टनरशिप के तहत ही हो सकता है, संभव है। और उसके लिए एक 2 वे एक रियल सेंस में पार्टनरशिप के मोड में काम होने की प्रोग्राम की ज़रूरत है। और एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का एक एस्पेक्ट था। और लास्ट में हमने कई सारे पार्टनर्स ने शेयर किया, जो DEF का CRIC, जो कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर्स है, इंफॉर्मेशन सेंटर्स जो हैं वो एक क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल है कि कैसे बहुत छोटे इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ में एक सस्टेन्ड वे तरीके में कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए आप इंश्योर कर सकते हैं कि जो भी सरकारी योजनाएं हैं जो लोगों के लिए बनी हैं, वो उसका नेचर कुछ भी हो, वो पेंशन भी हो सकती है, वो एंटाइटलमेंट भी हो सकती है, वो मेरा सिटीजनशिप राइट से भी हो सकती है, लेकिन उसको मुझे बिना कहीं मैनिपुलेट किए हुए मैं लोकली मेरी जगह पे बैठ के एक्सेस कर सकता हूं। तो ये जो कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स सेंटर्स हैं वो एक बहुत अच्छा मॉडल है। एंड वी थॉट कि एक्शन पॉइंट में इनको और कैसे, इनके नंबर कैसे बढ़ाए जा सकें, दैट शुड बी प्राइमरी एक्शन पॉइंट हमारा। I think this is all.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। और चूँकि आपने इतना ज़बरदस्त काम किया, सबके मुद्दों को लाके खड़ा किया, आपके लिए एक छोटा सा गिफ्ट है। इधर आ जाएं आप। गांव से बन के आया है ये उनके लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। शुक्रिया। एंड द नेक्स्ट ग्रुप इज शालिनी Kala. Can you please presentation about accountability for discrimination and misleading content.
तो हमारे ग्रुप में बहुत सारी डिस्कशन हुई, बहुत तरह से कि एकदम बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से एक्शन प्रिंसिपल प्रेजेंट किए। हमारे शायद इस तरह तरीके से क्लियर नहीं है, लेकिन आई एम गोइंग टू ट्राई। तो सबसे पहली चीज़ तो निकल के आई कि अकाउंटेबिलिटी किस नेशन के कंटेंट के लिए का एक टेम्पलेट होना चाहिए। हम लोगों ने बहुत सारी बातें करी, गवर्नमेंट की क्या अकाउंटेबिलिटी प्राइवेट सेक्टर का रोल है, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली हमको लगा कि ये डिस्कशन बहुत गहरा डिस्कशन है। तो इस राइट नाउ व्हाट वी आर सेइंग दैट द अकाउंटेबिलिटी an accountability template available, and the response that accountability lies on all three areas. NGOs ground, and when government help that information arrive at an accountability template. The second point was about avoid discrimination. I think the important thing that all the groups or the groups that generally tend to get ignored, like women, lower caste, people with disabilities, those groups have to especially there are people who mentioned that the government and UN already have certain laws in place which has nothing to do. But in terms of just content, those laws are in place, but those laws are not. So when there is content available to everyone else who can hear, that content may not be available to people. So that is one thing. And of course, languages is the issue. Then the content is not sensitive religion or caste. So those issues were brought, and I think responsibility government and the youth. Action is that we have to avoid all this. So whatever policies are there need to be enforced, and whatever additional policies have to be developed, they need. फिर एक पॉइंट आया कि कंटेंट के लिए एक बहुत क्लियर गाइडलाइन होनी चाहिए, गाइडलाइंस बनती रहनी चाहिए उसके लिए एज सिचुएशंस सॉर्ट ऑफ रोल you have to create those guidelines properly. और वो गाइडलाइंस जो हैं वो 3 तरीके के चीज़ों में जो है सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि कंटेंट क्रिएशन कौन कर रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है, शेयरिंग कैसे हो रही है, और प्लेटफॉर्म्स क्या अवेलेबल हैं। सो प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर के ऊपर डाली गई कि टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी होनी चाहिए और टेक्नोलॉजी रिस्पॉन्सिव भी होनी चाहिए। वो प्रमोट नहीं करना चाहिए उसे मिसलीडिंग कंटेंट, इट शुड बी डूइंग द अदर वे अराउंड, एंड गवर्नमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो गाइडलाइंस लाए। और इसमें एक चीज़ बहुत बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग सी जो निकल के आई कि while there should be guidelines for misleading content, it should not discourage creativity, because that is what a lot of people mention. वो हम देख रहे हैं कि एक्सप्रेशन ही बंद कर दिया, मिसलीडिंग एक्सप्रेशन को, कंटेंट को बंद करने। That is another thing which lies that responsibility government, that don't become over enthusiastic about this, reduce fake news or something, that they just cut down on the creative. NGOs की responsibility में content creation जो ground level से होता है, consent ली गई है कि नहीं, जो आप स्टोरी बता रहे हैं ग्राउंड लेवल की, क्या वो ऑथेंटिक है कि नहीं, तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सोसाइटी पे। फिर इसी में एक और चीज़ निकल के आई कि what is the mechanism to support ground level organization counter fake. उस मैकेनिज्म की बहुत ज़रूरत है, और उसकी टाइमली वेरिफिकेशन की, आज अगर मिसलीडिंग आती है तो इमीडिएटली institute working on the ground should be able to verify whether this is correct or not. की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी सरकार पे भी है और ग्राउंड लेवल पे उन पे भी, because it also on what is that they are doing to avoid spreading fake news or countering fake news, because they are the trusted, the community trusts them, they're the trusted source. So usme we also had an example of how Sadhana did it COVID time. They created a mechanism for their partners. Finally, there needs to be a mechanism for not just complaining about fake news, but also a redressal mechanism. So to avoid repeat offense. So that, you know, and then iski responsibility private sector पे डाली गई, what are the channels for disbursement. तो वो channels जैसे platforms हैं, that is private sector, one expects private sector to come up with platforms or with that do not encourage fake news, that discourage fake. And on the NGOs and governments, actually on the governments to define and design complaint redressal mechanisms and to avoid some kind of, not just guidelines, it will be kind of law actually. NGOs के लिए यहाँ पे जो action है वो यही है कि they need to bring the kind of to the notice of the government and public the kind of things that they see on ground happening with particular things.
Thank you very much. That was quite elaborate and narrative. So you also, you know, get a gift for tackling. How many people were there on your desk? 20? 15? Thank you. Okay, so the next would be Dr. Amirullah Khan. He will talk about his discussion on protect data, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Sama, and thanks that joined us. It was a group of about 100 people. Because बात तो 100 लोगों ने की. So involved discussion था. हम बात इस नहीं ओके बात हम ये कर रहे थे कि डेटा को कैसे प्रोटेक्ट किया जाए. तो शुरुआत इससे हुई कि डेटा को प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए या नहीं. और unanimously the consensus was, or the unanimity was, that data has to be protected. There is no question of this argument that you know data क्या फर्क पड़ता है, अगर आपके पास कुछ छुपाने को नहीं है तो आप क्यों, why are you worried about maintaining data? But the group agreed that it's very important to protect data because of various things. First point that was made was that it is very important to classify. That data is not just one there that is sensitive, confidential, and that vulnerable. Therefore, it is important to classify. That was the first recommendation of the group. Data, कौन सा data protect होना जिसका नागुज़ीर है, protect होना ही है उसको, कौन सा ऐसा data है, carefully कौन सा ऐसा, में जो उदाहरण लिया गया जो sacrosanct. Second point that was made, personal data. It particularly the two aspects of your data, bank. अगली बात ये निकल के आई कि सबसे बड़ा threat of data को comes from the same tool that you know all the three out. AI तो इतना बड़ा टूल है, लेकिन AI से ही सबसे बड़ा थ्रेट है. AI तो ट्रेड के, ढूंढ के और खोद के डेटा निकाल और उस वजह से पहला रिकमेंडेशन था वो ये, कॉन्सेंट सबको कॉन्सेंट होता तो है बड़ी सरसरी अंदाज में, ये ज़रूरी है कि हर कॉन्टेंट और जब दे तो ये जानते हुए दे क्यों दे रहे हैं आप, इस तरह से ना लिया जाए कि आपके पास कोई चॉइस ही ना रहे, या तो आप कॉन्सेंट दीजिए या निकल जाइए, इस तरह का नहीं होना। फिर बात निकल के आई को डेटा लेना चाहिए प्राइवेट सोर्स, और कौन ज़्यादा खतरनाक का डेटा कलेक्ट करना आपके लिए ज़्यादा खतरे का है, और किस पे सर्वेलेंस पे ज़्यादा हमारी नज़र होनी चाहिए। फिर एग्रीगेट और डिसएग्रीगेट बात बिल्कुल साफ साफ, जहाँ पे एग्रीगेट हेल्थ केयर की बात हुई, प्रोड्यूस कर सकता है, इसीलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है प्लानिंग और बड़ी नज़र। उस ये सवाल उठा कि ज़्यादा हमें ये तो देखना ही है कि डेटा कौन कौन ले रहा है, लेकिन ये देखना है कि वो जो कलेक्ट कर रहा है डेटा वो कितना प्रोटेक्ट करता है डेटा, वो कितना वल्नरेबल है। आपने प्रॉमिस तो कर दिया कि आप मेरा डेटा यूज़ नहीं करें, और आपके पास कोई तरकीब नहीं है उसको सेफ रखने की, क्या कि उसको हैक कर ले। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है डेटा जो कलेक्ट करते हैं उनके पास ऐसा मैकेनिज्म, ऐसा ताला हो जो ना, और उसके लिए जो फिर निकल के आया वो ये अच्छी तरह इंडिया में यूज़, हम वन टाइम पासवर्ड, जब भी आप डेटा मेरा यूज़ कर तब मुझे पता चले और मेरा OTP, और फिर ये एक बात जो हमको डेटा पर्सनल चाहिए, बहुत पर्सनलाइज चीज़ें, अपने गाने चाहिए हमें अपने प्लेलिस्ट चाहिए, तो हमें ये मानना चाहिए जब हमें पर्सनल डेटा चाहिए, जब हमें पर्सनल अटेंशन, हमारा पर्सनल। और फाइनली ये फॉर द एंड ऑल सारे ग्रुप एक अच्छा प्रोटेक्शन और लॉ हो सारी दुनिया के लिए, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन ऑफ डेटा प्रोटेक्शन। थैंक यू।
We need data protection law, right? As soon as possible. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Can I now request Natasha Badwar? She will narrate the table on apply human rights online. Perfect topic.
हमारे ग्रुप ने बहुत ही ज़्यादा रिच चर्चा हुई, बहुत ही दिल से बोले सब लोग, और एक तरह से बहुत ही लकी था, बिना किसी प्लानिंग के जो लोग इकट्ठे हुए उसमें अतानु थे जो चाय बागान के वर्कर्स के साथ काम करते हैं, उसमें पूनम और सगीर थे जो मेवात से हैं, जो मेवात की औरतों के साथ डिजिटल लिटरेसी का काम करते हैं, मेवात के बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं, और मेवात में जो खुलेआम ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशंस हो रहे हैं, जो खुलेआम क्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटीज़ हो रहा है और जो वायलेंस हो रहा है, उन कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ काम करते हैं। इसके अलावा हेल्थ सेक्टर से पंजाब के आर्टिसन से काम करने के साथ काम करने वाले रवि, मुंबई से मिथिला और स्वराज, जो कि खाना चाहिए जिन्होंने जब से पैंडमिक हुआ है तो उन कम्युनिटीज़ अर्बन पॉवर्टी से त्रस्त कम्युनिटीज़ जिनके पास खाने को नहीं था, जो माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स जब फंस गए, उनके साथ काम करते करते अब वो उनके डिजिटल राइट्स, उनके डिजिटल एक्सेस, डिजिटल लिटरेसी पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। उसके अलावा दानिश जो खुद डीएफ के साथ डिजिटल राइट्स और हर एनजीओज़ के साथ काम करते, उनको बहुत एक्सपीरियंस किया है। अफ़गान रेफ्यूजीज़ को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए अहमद, तो इतना डाइवर्स कम्युनिटी और इतनी डाइवर्स सेक्टर्स जहाँ पर सबके अलग अलग चैलेंजेस हैं, उन सबको रिप्रेजेंट करने वाले लोगों ने जब चर्चा की तो एक तो बात ये ही उठकर आई, अमिता भी थी हमारे साथ जो अब होमलेस साथ काम करती, ये बात उठकर आई कि जब तक लोगों के पास खाने पीने को नहीं है, जब तक एक बेसिक प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की एक्सेस नहीं है, वो ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात कैसे उठाएंगे। तो जब वो बात करते, पूनम ने शेयर किया कि जब हम एक तरह से डिजिटल लिटरेसी की क्लासेस चलाते हैं और हम लोगों को अवेयर करते हैं कि अपना ओटीपी हमें संभाल के रखना है, ओटीपी हमें किसी से बांटना नहीं है, फिर हम उसी कम्युनिटी में 15 दिन बाद जब एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम लेके जाते हैं जिसके लिए रजिस्टर करने के लिए उनको अपने फ़ोन का ओटीपी शेयर करना है, तो जिस तरह की कन्फ्यूजन उनके दिमाग में मचती है और जिस तरह की डीप लर्निंग की ज़रूरत है, वक्त की ज़रूरत है, एक सिंप्लीफिकेशन ऑफ एप्स की ज़रूरत है, ताकि सब लोग समझ सकें, उनको उस तरह से इस्तेमाल कर सकें जिस तरह से उनकी ज़रूरत है। और ये भी हम सब ने शेयर किया कि इतना ज़्यादा पॉवर्टी और लिटरेसी को हम मानते हैं चैलेंजेस, लेकिन जो बहुत ही वेल एजुकेटेड और वेल एंडाउड अर्बन लोग हैं, वो भी जब डिजिटल का मामला आता है तो डिसइंफॉर्मेशन, कौन सा ओटीपी सही है, कौन सा नहीं सही है, कब वेबसाइट में येस क्लिक करना है, कब नो करना है, डिजिटल फ्रॉड के विक्टिम बनना, तो अक्रॉस जनरेशन्स, अक्रॉस सोशल क्लासेस हम देख रहे हैं कि ये केसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। तो ये भी एक पर्सपेक्टिव हमारे ग्रुप ने सामने रखा कि हम सिर्फ ये ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते कि वो गरीब हैं, वो इलिटरेट हैं, वो ध्यान से अपने ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसलिए उनके साथ फ्रॉड हो रहा है। और जहाँ ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात और आगे बढ़ी, तो पीयूष जी ने शेयर किया कि पैंडमिक के दौरान डिजिटल का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया गया था अवेयरनेस जनरेशन के लिए, कि कोई 5 साल का बच्चा भी अगर यूट्यूब के वीडियोस देख रहा था तो वो बता सकता था कि अपने आप को कोरोना वायरस से बचाने के क्या तरीके हैं। लेकिन उसी वक्त मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया और कई इन्फ्लुएंशियल लोग जो स्टेट को भी रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, वो उसी डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में ये मिसइन्फॉर्मेशन खुलेआम फैला रहे थे कि पैंडमिक जो है वो पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी के द्वारा लाया गया है, वो एक पर्टिकुलर कास्ट के लोग ज़्यादा फैला रहे हैं। और ये जो द्वंद्व है, वही डिजिटल मीडियम जो है, वहीं से हमें राइट्स मिलते हैं और वहीं से हमारे राइट्स जो छिन भी रहे हैं। इसको सॉल्व करना एक बहुत ही अर्जेंट, इसमें अहमद जो 26,000 अफ़गान फैमिलीज़ को एक तरह से रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर, जो इंडिया में रेफ्यूजी स्टेटस में हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास तो जो हमारी जो कम्युनिटी है उसमें लोगों के पास राइट टू एजुकेशन नहीं है, राइट टू वर्क नहीं है, तो ह्यूमन राइट्स तो उसके बाद उनके पास आएंगे, वो अपने ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात तब रख पाएंगे जब बच्चे कॉलेज की एजुकेशन चाहिए, स्कूल में एडमिशन, उनके माता पिता जिनको काम करने के हक चाहिए इंडिया में, और जो एक सोशल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का वो शिकार हो रहे हैं, वो भी एक मुद्दा है जिसमें वो के अलावा उनको हर किस्म की एम्पावरमेंट। फाइनली किस तरह के रेजोल्यूशन हम चाहते हैं, हम चैलेंजेस के आगे बढ़ें तो स्टेट से, प्राइवेट सेक्टर से, ये सोशल सेक्टर से हम लोग किस तरह के कंट्रीब्यूशन चाहते हैं। तो इसमें सबसे पहले तो इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स की बात हुई कि सगीर ने हमारे साथ शेयर किया कि मेवात में ह्यूमन राइट्स एक्टिविस्ट्स उनको खुद को क्रिमिनलाइज किया जा रहा है। 600 एक्टिविस्ट्स हैं जिन्होंने अगर अपनी बात उठाई, प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश की, या इवन इंटरनेट पर कुछ लिखा जिसमें कि ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात उठती, तो उन्हीं के खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज हैं। और जब उनको प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए परमिशन नहीं मिलती और वो इंटरनेट स्पेसेस में प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो इंटरनेट शटडाउन मेवात में 3 दिन के लिए पिछले महीने कर दिया गया। तो अगर स्टेट ही राइट्स छीन लेगा इस तरह, तो इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी वहाँ पे बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट जाती है, इंटरनेशनल लॉ बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। और ये एक नेशनल लेवल पर मांग है कि इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स पर गवर्नमेंट्स के को फील होना चाहिए कि हम इस तरह से खुलेआम इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स में इंगेज नहीं कर सकते। स्टेट किसी भी एरिया का हमने इंटरनेट ही शट, जब हम उनकी बात दबाना चाहते हैं। जब आई बात सरकार पे, अपने स्टेट पर, अपनी गवर्नमेंट पर, तो उनका बहुत ज़्यादा एक रोबस्ट एंगेजमेंट चाहिए कि मिसइन्फॉर्मेशन, ट्रोलिंग और लॉज का इम्प्लीमेंट और ज़्यादा, साइबर सिक्योरिटी लॉज का इम्प्लीमेंट और ज़्यादा रोबस्ट हो, ताकि लोगों प्रैक्टिकल टर्म्स में भी लगे कि अगर हम डिजिटल स्पेसेस का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, अगर हम बैंकिंग, डिजिटल फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, तो हमारा नुकसान नहीं होगा। हम अपना ही हमारे अपने ही बैंक से पैसा नहीं निकल जाएगा, हमारे अपने ही खिलाफ झूठे एफआईआर नहीं। तो स्टेट से हम बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट की अक्रॉस कम्युनिटी, वेदर वो पॉलिटिकली मार्जिनलाइज हो रहे हैं, या वो सोशल मार्जिनलाइज हो रहे हैं, या वो हिस्टोरिकली एज विमेन एंड ओप्रेस्ड कास्ट्स एंड ओप्रेस्ड कम्युनिटीज़ हिस्टोरिकली वो ओप्रेस होते आ रहे हैं। प्राइवेट सेक्टर की भी बात निकली। मिथिला और स्वराज जो कि कुरला में काम कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने शेयर किया कि हम लोगों ने जब डिजिटल एक्सेस का काम शुरू किया, हमने एक एड स्टार्टअप के साथ टाई अप किया कि वो कोर्सेज चलाएं बच्चों के लिए। तो ये चैलेंज आया कि फैमिलीज गैजेट्स ही नहीं हैं। एक घर में अगर एक ही सेल फोन है और माँ बाप उसको लेके चले जाते हैं, तो बच्चों के लिए हम कोर्सेज में तो हम उन्हें एनरोल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके पास टैबलेट नहीं है, उनके पास फ़ोन, उनके पास एक्सेस। यही टी गार्डन एस्टेट में, जहाँ पर वो बिलो द पॉवर्टी लाइन लोग रह रहे हैं, वेजेस इतने लो हैं, वहाँ डिजिटल एक्सेस, गैजेट्स पहले आएंगे तभी एक्सेस आ पाएगा। उसी तरह से अफ़गान कम्युनिटी बात उठी। तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर से और सोशल सेक्टर से बहुत ज़्यादा कोऑपरेशन ज़रूरत है कि सॉफ्ट स्किल्स के अलावा, सॉफ्टवेयर के अलावा हार्डवेयर की भी जो ज़रूरत है, एक बेसलाइन ज़रूरत है, उसके लिए भी सपोर्ट और फंडिंग और स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई जाए, ताकि हर तरह से जो मार्जिनलाइज होती आ रही हैं वो ह्यूमन राइट्स भी उनके एम्पावर हों, और उसके अलावा उनके बेसिक राइट्स, बेसिक राइट टू एजुकेशन, टू फूड, टू डिग्निटी, वो उसमें भी उनको एम्पावरमेंट। दिस वाज आवर ग्रुप फाइनली। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much for putting the body and soul into the rights and the story, especially bringing different parts of the country, parts of the not only country but out of the country here. Thank you so much. Actually, this is very, very enriching. Thank you so much. And the next is, can I call Amitabh, please? Amitabh Singhal. And I would also request ke 3-4 minute mein, if you can narrate, that will be really nice, because we are running a little late.
तो मेरी टेबल पे काफ़ी अलग जगहों से पार्टिसिपेंट्स हरियाणा से कुछ सेंटर्स चला और एक नेपाल से भी कुछ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे, तो छोटी जगहों से भी थे, थोड़े बड़े शहरों से भी थे। तो मेरा सब्जेक्ट था इंटरनेट फ्रेगमेंटेशन। अभी जब मैंने पूछा शुरू में कि फ्रेगमेंटेशन के बारे में कुछ शायद नहीं था, तो हमने शुरुआत की अपने डिस्कशन क्या है, वर्ल्ड वाइड वेब क्या है, कॉन्सेप्ट एक थोड़ा सा सामने पड़ा। एक वन वर्ल्ड वन इंटरनेट का कॉन्सेप्ट चला आ रहा है पिछले 25 साल से, उसके बारे में थोड़ा आपस में समझौता हुआ। वन वर्ल्ड कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है और उसमें फ्री और ओपन एक्सेस टू इंटरनेट कैसे बढ़ा 25-30 साल में, और कैसे कुछ लाख से लेकर कुछ करोड़ों तक जा रहे हैं। और अभी बहुत लोग हैं जो नहीं जुड़ पा रहे हैं, लेकिन जुड़ने के बाद अब उनकी ज़िंदगी के हर पहलू में इंटरनेट इतना इम्पोर्टेंट क्या है कि कुछ भी काम करें, चाहे बच्चों की, चाहे हेल्थ केयर हो, चाहे इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज, चाहे इतना आपको पढ़ाई एडमिशन चाहिए, आपको फीस भरनी है, आपको टैक्स भरना है, सब कुछ आप इंटरनेट पे करते हो और बढ़ावा भी मिल रहा है। तो इतना ज़रूरी एक इंटरनेट का यूसेज हमारी लाइफ में है हर एक के लिए, चाहे आप शहर में हो चाहे छोटी जगह। कॉन्सेप्ट ये भी था रखा गया सामने कि इंटरनेट किसी की पर्सनल जागीर नहीं है। इट इज़ नॉट फ्रीडम ऑफ एनी, it does not belong to a particular group of a company or an organization or a person. It belongs to everybody. That's the way internet has evolved. Now, then we discussed that lately for the last few years, once internet also, for many organizations, there is this tendency to break that singular internet, as we call it. Now, everyone wants a piece of that internet. मेरे को वो इंटरनेट का हिस्सा चाहिए, कंट्रोल होगा और मेरी मर्जी से, चाहे वो कमर्शियल इंटरेस्ट हो, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट का इंटरेस्ट हो, उससे उसको एक्सेस मिले या ना मिले। तो उसमें हमने फिर फ्रेगमेंटेशन कराई कि कैसे तो लोग अलग अलग तरीके से तोड़ना चाहते हैं या तोड़ते हैं बिना शायद जाने की ये इंटरनेट, या उनकी कोशिश चाहे अच्छे या भले बुरे के लिए, लेकिन इट लीड्स टू फ्रेगमेंटेशन ऑफ द इंटरनेट। तो पहले बात की हमने गवर्नमेंट का रोल, तो उसमें फिर वही मुद्दा आया जो पहले भी बात हो चुकी है कि जब इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स होते हैं या वेबसाइट टेक्स डाउन होते हैं, तो इंडिया के बारे में बात हुई, हमारी कंट्री के बारे में बात हुई, ज़्यादा तादाद में इंटरनेट शटडाउन्स और वेबसाइट टेक डाउन संख्या हमारे यहाँ है। मेरे पास टेबल पे कश्मीर से भी थे, एंड वी नो दैट कश्मीर सफर्ड लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम एवर विद द इंटरनेट शटडाउन। दैट्स वन ऑफ द हिस्टोरिकल शटडाउन्स दैट द वर्ल्ड हैज सीन। तो लोगों को जो नुकसान हुआ उससे हर तरीके से इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटीज मारी गई या उनके जो तरह के काम थे वो रुक गए, तो जो उनको ज़रूरत थी उनकी पूरी नहीं हो पाई, उसके ऊपर सरकार ने शायद ध्यान नहीं दिया, लेकिन हैवी हैंडेड जो एक्शंस थे उनके, उससे इंटरनेट फ्रेगमेंटेशन का एक वो हिस्सा बन जाता है इस तरह के एक्शंस। तो एक कंसेंसस ये था कि सरकार को चाहिए कि एक मॉडरेटेड वे में इस चीज़ को, अगर क्राइम कंट्रोल करना है या कोई राइट्स होते हैं इस तरह की आती हैं जब वो इंटरनेट शटडाउन का सहारा लेते हैं, तो उसको एक मॉडरेट तरीके से एक्शन में आए ताकि ज़्यादातर लोगों का नुकसान ना हो। या तो इंटरनेट को पूरा शटडाउन ना करें जैसे करते हैं हमारे टेंडेंसी है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, जैसे कोई गड़बड़ हुआ इंटरनेट शटडाउन कर दो, ठीक है, लेकिन ये नहीं सोचते कि लोगों को कितना नुकसान होगा। 2% पीपल इन्वॉल्व इन सम बैड एक्शन मेक 98% पीपल सफ़र। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। और मान लीजिएगा आपको ट्विटर पे कुछ इशू है, कोई इंफॉर्मेशन चल रही है, तो आप उसको कीवर्ड से या कुछ इस तरह से करके आप उसको उतने हिस्से को रोको जिससे नुकसान हो रहा हो। तो इस तरह का कुछ टेक्निकल सॉल्यूशन या कुछ निकालना पड़ेगा, ये बात हुई लोगों से। दूसरा ये कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर का रोल, तो ये बात हुआ, एक एग्जाम्पल आया सामने कि कुछ साल पहले एक बड़ी कंपनी थी internet.org करके एक कैंपेन चलाया। इंटरनेट का एक हिस्सा जो है उसके ऊपर आपको फ्री एक्सेस मिलेगा, बाकी पे आपको एक्सेस के चार्जेस देने। तो एक वो मुद्दा खड़ा हुआ कि वो भी एक तरीका है इंटरनेट को फ्रेगमेंट करने का कि भी ये हिस्सा इंटरनेट का मेरा है, बाकी आप पैसे दो तो उसके ऊपर जा सकते हो और ये फ्री में मिल जाएगा आपको। तो एक डिफ्रेंशिएटेड एक्सेस जो है, ये इसके ऊपर मुद्दे की बात हुई, तो ये फ्रेगमेंटेशन टेबल पे यही बोला कि नहीं होना चाहिए ऐसा। इंटरनेट सबके लिए है, सारा इंटरनेट सबके लिए है। तो ये अवॉइड करना चाहिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर को, और सरकार को भी ये देखना चाहिए कि इस तरह की चीज़ ना हो। न्यूट्रलिटी, नेटवर्क न्यूट्रलिटी जिसे हम हैं एज अ प्रिंसिपल और ओपन एक्सेस की बात करते हैं, उसको सरकार को देखना है कि हर तरह से कायम रहे आगे तक। तीसरा जो मुद्दा आया, ये आया कि जैसे टोल चार्जेस की बात कर रहे हैं, टेलीकॉम कंपनीज हैं, उनका एक हमेशा से रहा है कि OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स है, फ्री में आप वॉइस वीडियो करते हो, बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ें लोगों के लिए, आज उसके बिना आप रह नहीं सकते हो, लेकिन उसके लिए कहते हैं टोल चार्जेस लगाओ। तो डिस्कशन चल रहा है दुनिया भर में, यूरोप में चल रहा है, इंडिया में शुरू कई बार हो चुका है, बट थैंकफुली रेगुलेटर्स ने नहीं अलाउ किया न्यूट्रलिटी ब्रेक करने के लिए या ओपन एक्सेस के ऊपर कुछ चोट पहुँचाने की, उसको कायम रखें। तो ये 4-5 चीज़ों पे बात हुई फ्रेगमेंटेशन को लेकर। टेक्निकल मुद्दे भी आए बीच में, जैसे ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड होता है या नेटवर्क अटैक्स होते हैं, ताकि आपको इंटरनेट के कुछ हिस्से पर एक्सेस बंद हो जाए, तो वो भी एक फ्रेगमेंटेशन है। तो बहुत तरीके हैं फ्रेगमेंटेशन कैसे होता है इंटरनेट का, और कंसेंसस ये था, एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स यही थे सब टेबल पे जो रखे गए, वो ये थे कि सरकार का एक रोल है इंटरनेट शटडाउन और टेक डाउन्स में थोड़ा मॉडरेशन करते हैं, ध्यान से सोच समझ के करें। प्राइवेट सेक्टर जो है वो भी हेल्प करे टेक्निकल सोल्यूशन ढूंढने के लिए, ताकि इस तरह की हरकत ना हो, इन लोगों को नुकसान हो और एक्सेस ओपन रहे। सिविल सोसाइटी का ये है कि सबको जोड़ के रखें, जो करते हैं ऑलरेडी, हमने डिस्कशन का रोल रहा है। छोटे कुछ DF के CIRC के ऑपरेटर्स थे वहाँ पर तेलंगाना से या हैदराबाद से, तो आइडिया यही लगा कि NGOs और सिविल सोसाइटी का काम है कि सबको जोड़ के रखना, डिस्कशन, डायलॉग, अवेयरनेस कराते रहना, जैसा करते रहना जो इस मुद्दे को लेकर चिंतित हैं कि फ्रेगमेंटेशन। तो मोटा मोटा हम लोगों का बात हुई। मेरे हिसाब से तो ये है कि ह्यूमन राइट्स, फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन इज अ सोलमेट ऑफ open and free access. So without one, the other is useless. I think we need to maintain that, right? So thank you. That was.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that even though internet is not fragmented yet, but there is certainly मेरा internet, तेरा internet, मेरा Facebook, तेरा Facebook, Twitter रहना है या कहाँ रहना है. So leading people have already, by impact and by subscription, they have already fragmented. Thank you very much, Amitabh. And the next, now the whole pressure of finishing in 5 minutes by 2 people comes to Renata. Renata and Jenny, can you please talk about regulation of artificial intelligence from your table?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I know that I'm the only one standing, Jenny and I, standing between you and lunch. So we will be quick. And we will also thank our group in advance, because we had a really exciting group of women and men from different parts of India who are innovators and who are using technology to solve applications, to work with different sectors of society, women, rural people, children and child health. So that was very interesting to hear their perspectives. A couple of points then on the question of enforcement or regulation of artificial intelligence. Point one that we heard, why? And one of the questions that one of our groups said, it's important because it is about machines simulating actions and behavior that humans do. So if it's about human behavior, at its essence, we need to think about it. Two other reasons why we think about regulation of AI, according to our group. One, because it can increase digital divides. Those who have data and those who are programming machines to use that data can reinforce divides for those whose data is not part of that pool and who don't get to participate in the design and implementation of a technology. The second, and this was perhaps more interesting and new, was that it's important to regulate AI because AI is going to shape humans' thinking in the future. And for the ability of human critical thinking, critical capabilities to remain, we must think about how we regulate this technology. The second set of questions around, well, what sorts of principles or criteria might we think about in regulating AI? And they were about, I would say, 4. The first was ethical, the first E, and that was really about human-centered. Our group was particularly striking on biases and risk that biases are fed in through data, through either gaps or through faulty data or design issues. So the importance of a human-centered ethical data. The second was equity and equitable access. And again, this point of those who have the data and those who are designing AI technology risk leaving those who are outside this technology, states, communities, private sectors, SMEs, small, medium enterprises outside of that. So how can a global digital compact make more people able to join the conversation about the regulation of AI? The third was expert and expertise, and this was really a concern that a lot of people raised, that AI will not achieve its goals and AI technology will not be useful if the data on which it draws is not good. So how do we think about the quality of data, the authenticity of data, and the verifiability of data that can be drawn upon? And that raises a set of bigger questions that some of the other groups talked about, which is governance of data in order to facilitate the regulation of AI. And the fourth then was this question of critical thinking, and particularly in sectors of education and use of AI technologies in schools, in universities, in places of learning and research. How can we prevent it from being, I don't just need to think, I look up the machine? So when it comes to then what principles or actions or might we recommend, there was some question here about the speed of technology and the speed of this development, making it very difficult to think about future-proofing or regulating technologies, and especially AI, given the speed at which this is happening. So one conversation or recommendation was that we should apply a shorter time frame to regulation. Some people talked about 2, max 5-year time frame when we think about regulation. The second suggestion was that we think about a conversation type model of regulation, that it's less about enforcing strict laws and more about facilitating conversations between countries, between sectors, between communities on what is your best practice, what are you finding, what unintended consequence are you discovering, so I can learn from you and we can then collectively try to resolve challenges. The third was a suggestion that we need a careful definition of AI because many people understand many different things about it. And then the fourth suggestion was that we need to understand that a critical part of the regulation of AI is data literacy. So it's not just about what laws, what practices, what models of self-regulation or co-regulation we put in place, but do the people using AI understand? So as much as we think about regulation, we need to think about education and with education, the empowerment to participate in the discussion that that provides. And then we finally ended up a debate about how much do you need to know as a user? Do you really need to know inside the hood of how the AI works, or is it sufficient for you to have access to know what the goals and how you can draw on it for your needs? So a fascinating discussion. Jenny, what did we leave out? Thank you very much to everyone, and thank you for this
so
chance
much
to participate.
So if we can regulate humans, so will the artificial intelligence, right? Yeah. Yeah, please come here. Thank you very much for this, and thank you for understanding everybody who must not be talking only in English, right? And the last is Dr. Syed. You have 1.5 minutes. So Dr. Syed will talk about digital commons as a global public good. Since the title is long, the speech will be shorter.
Thank you, Osama. Hello, audience. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, yes. Since the title was long, and also I think the participation in our table was limited. I could see a lot of participation in other tables, but हमारे table में उनका जो participation इस subject के ऊपर, इस विषय के ऊपर कम था, और कम इसीलिए था शायद क्योंकि what we have realized is that the understanding digital commons क्या चीज़ है, ये public good है, कैसे public good हो सकता है. I think that understanding, अभी भी वो narrative building, understanding is very, very important. I think going forward, if you want to have a very common and universal based, public, digital resources, which is accessible to everyone. So that is one. And also in talking in Hindi, of course, digital samyavad की जो बात करते हैं, because digital resources are very, very critical for everyone. And secondly, in COVID, we have realized that access to digital resources, content, and whatnot is so critical for us. And that also we know that there are accessibility challenges that we have in terms of cost, devices, and other things. So these are the limitations that we have. So in the discussions, we have participation from, of course, the grassroots community, from Assam, from Bengal, from Rajasthan, and also the people who are working in various segments. So one I have just mentioned, general observation is that awareness and understanding of what is digital commons is very, very important. In the last mile, that understanding and awareness is necessary. And in terms of principles, principles ki whatever principles we require is in terms of how and why digital commons could be based on universality and diversity and accessibility based. Which means that if we break it down further, it could be like gender-based accessibility, then also the socioeconomic groups, the rural population, the farmers, groups like farmers and all. So how that digital commons could also reach out to those groups and communities, that is one thing. Second is in terms of right-based principle, we can have a right-based principle of digital commons. And when I say right-based, quote-unquote is also, quote-unquote, right, matlab sahi, kya sahi hai? Because also we are dealing in a digital world, the challenge of false, misleading and all. So that is also another aspect, the principle that could be taken care of. And the third principle we are looking at is that a digital commons could be based on access restriction agnostic. And when we say access restrictions, it is infrastructure, then the network, cost, socioeconomic criteria limitations, then the oral nature of the communities, the rural centricness of the larger population in the global south, तो उनके लिए digital commons का क्या मतलब है, उनके लिए क्या participation, क्या processes होना चाहिए, समझ क्या होना चाहिए. So those are some of the principles. And the commitment that we look at from the various stakeholders, of course, is that how the policy and programs at the government level is more facilitative in terms of promoting these digital commons as a kind of a process, not at the central level only, but at the local level, district level, local governance level, local government level, how the digital commons could be more decentralized. That government has to play a role in that. And the second commitment is that how it can be made more participative in terms of the civil society has a role to play, the government has a role to play, and also the contribution from the private sector who owns most of the license-based, most of the ownership-based resources, how they can also come forward to ensure that more people can participate, can take access to these digital resources. And so those are some of the commitments. And in terms of actions, probably we thought about that some kind of a digital commons charter kind of universal charter could be talked about, where the nation states could follow, where the agencies could follow, the corporations could follow, so that their contribution is a continuous process in the digital commons platforms, because it is also linked to the some of the fundamental UN SDG goals like poverty, hunger, education, equality of education, gender inclusiveness, health and all. So how those digital commons principles, resources could be integrated into the larger UN SDG goals is very, very important. And think lastly is in terms of, I think as I said initially, that the awareness level, the voice that has to come from the community level, that what is digital commons, why I should be there, and how I can raise my voice in terms of the need for digital commons that we have, because we have access restrictions, we have content restrictions, and so many challenges we have. So what that means, that if there's digital commons, what is meant for me, and how can I participate, and how can I benefit, staying in any place that I am, in any cultural context, socio-economic context. So इस digital साधन को हम कैसे हम एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, जो कि ना तेरा ना मेरा, not for me, not for you, but it's for everyone. And also lastly, one point is that this commons, जो digital commons की बात करते हैं, साम्यवाद की बात करते हैं, this is universal principle, it is going since civilization, it is commonality, this Samyavad common thing has been already there in our culture, traditions of common owning some resources and using and having responsibility for everyone. Now, since this has shifted to the digital space, because digital has become a resource, in that context, what are the principles we need to have, what are the kind of responsibilities we need to fulfill, each one of us, if you want to make a responsible, inclusive, and participative digital society, digital global society. And I think that is where the Global Digital Compact needs to consider that in going forward, the digital commons could be a mainstream narrative discussion and participations by each one of these stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was exactly 90 seconds. Yeah, thank you very much. It is because of Syed that DF is almost in 4 states northeast. It helps us to go to the tea garden and all this.
So you can see my dress also. So I made sure that I represent that northeastern principle.
Very much. So lunch is before lunch, but not in 5 minutes each or something. We'll still be very close. We are now getting into session which is actually very interesting, and I would like to call some of my friends from the civil society. This is very interesting session from the perspective that, you know, everybody talks about civil society as a necessity, but there is also a narrative all over the world and many places that what is the contribution of civil society and all that. सिविल भी है, सोसाइटी भी है, ज़रूरत भी है, लेकिन रिकग्निशन नहीं है, एंड ब्लेम बहुत सारा है. So, you know, this is very interesting that some of us got together and worked very hard to figure out that what is the contribution of civil society in the GDP term. You know, it really, which is more like accounting and in terms of numbers, how much civil society contributes. And there is a report that is going to be launched, and I would like to request my one of the most favorite person, Matthew Cherian, to please come on stage. I would also request Laurent Ledonais from European Union to please give us a company and give us a hand to be part of this sharing of the report. Sanjay Rai was there, but he left, he had to go. I would call Amita Joseph also to please come. Can I also call Ramiz Alam? Yeah, great. Can I also call Mr. Sudarshan Suchi? Is he? Oh, hi. Yeah, and Hari Priya, please. Can I request Hari Priya? Is she around? And can I also request Namrata Jetli? Yeah, and can I also call myself to be around? No. Is there enough chairs for all of us? Okay, cool. So, wonderful. And so we are here to release a report, but also talk to you about, and not only talk to you about, we would request you to take this message and amplify it. And for that, I would request Matthew to talk about what exactly it is. You can talk from there itself. Yeah. You want to come? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Osama, for launching this report, which is the India's Million Missions, 75 years of service to the nation. Actually, some of us in civil society felt that this is the 75th year of independence, and we should bring out our contribution to the nation. Our contribution to the nation has been done in various sectors, whether it is education, health, livelihoods, child rights, elderly rights, digital empowerment, various kinds of sectors. So this report is actually what has happened, and it has been done across the country, and we have surveyed several civil society organizations, and DEF also was part of this circulation, and we sent it to many of the NGOs. So the first person I would like to thank is all the civil society organizations who are here for your wonderful contribution. And I would like you all to give a good hand to yourself for what it has done. And what this report has proved is that our contribution to the nation is about 2% of the GDP, which translates into 365 crores. That is the extent of our contribution to the nation. Not only that, we also give employment to 18.1 million people in this country. And this 18.1 million people, 9 million are volunteers, which means these are not even being paid, but they are volunteering to do this work, and they are volunteering the contribution. So this estimate of 9 million volunteers does not come into the nation. And so what do NGOs really provide? NGOs give innovative services to various people in the country, and to look at, of course, leave no voice behind. What we do is we reach out to about 20 crore. 20 crore is 200 million below the poverty line people, which means SDG 1, which is no poverty and leave no one behind is behind it. So we are reaching out to such a huge population. Not only this, we have also come out with innovations. And the innovations are, today many of you must have heard about the ASHA worker. The ASHA worker is a product of the civil society. NGOs in Maharashtra, mainly the Jamkhed project and the Pachod project, came up with the ASHA worker as a community health worker who would go and do services for mother and child, as in those days. So this has been adopted by the government, and it has become the right to information. And what else have we done? If you look at the work of Rajendra Singh in Alwar, they have brought out rivers which were running dry, have become full-fledged rivers, and the whole area of watershed development is a huge contribution to the nation. And we have close to 20 million self-help groups, which is the contribution of the non-profit sector into livelihoods and various other things. Then innovations like the right to information came from the voluntary sector. The right to education came from the voluntary sector. The right to food came from the voluntary sector. And so on and so forth. I could go on, but Osama tells me there are severe time constraints. And in short, if we look at last mile connectivity, agencies like Digital Empowerment Foundation have been connecting people in the last mile connectivity, which is almost, I think, I'm on the advisory board of Digital Empowerment Foundation, and I find that we reach out to more than 20 million people have got onto the internet, and more will be getting through if all of you succeed in doing it. So we have now Sudarshan Suchi, who is also here from Bal Raksha Bharat, and he will talk about our contribution in the child rights sphere. So thank you, and I hope we can all do more. This is the 75th year, and by 2030, we can achieve leave no one behind, and at least we can leave no Indian behind. That will be the contribution of the non-profits. Thank you.
Save your time. This year, ये साल मेरे 35 साल हो गए हैं सेक्टर में काम करते हुए। सबसे पहले 5 साल जो थे, सरकारें, राज्य, जिला, सरकारें, जो उसके पीछे भागते थे कि आपके साथ जुड़ना है, क्योंकि आपका नाम अच्छा है, आप लोग ज़मीन से जुड़े हुए हैं और आप एक ऐसे आइडियाज़ लाते हैं जिसको सरकार स्केल पर ले जाती है। इट वॉज कंसिडर्ड ऑनर कि सरकार को कि अपने नाम के साथ NGOs का, सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का नाम जोड़ें। और पिछले 5 साल में ये वातावरण थोड़ा परिवर्तित हुआ और उसके संदर्भ में इस रिपोर्ट के बारे में सोचा गया था। और रिपोर्ट के बारे में जो सोच है पीछे वो ये थी कि क्या हम कुछ चीज़ के एंटी या प्रोटेस्ट करने की जगह अपना योगदान सबके समक्ष ला सकें, देश के सामने ला सकें कि क्या हमने कुछ भी योगदान किया है कि नहीं, और किन किन सेक्टर से क्या क्या वो बदलाव हैं। काफ़ी लंबी लिस्ट थी जो मैथ्यू ने ऑलरेडी बोला, और जहाँ तक बच्चों के सुरक्षा के, बच्चों के अधिकार की बात है, उसमें भी बहुत सारी पहल, चाहे वो चिल्ड्रन इन स्ट्रीट सिचुएशन को लेकर हो कि उनकी कैसे आइडेंटिटी, वॉइस और उनके एक प्रोसेस में लाएं। थोड़ी देर पहले आप सुन रहे थे अबाउट दी, आई थिंक एक अफगान चिल्ड्रन के कंटेक्स्ट में बोल रहे थे कि हाउ डू वी एक्सरसाइज getting educated, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट, राइट टू एजुकेशन, मेरे ख्याल से ये सब स्पेसिफिक माइलस्टोन है। लेकिन अगर मैं सब कुछ अलग करके आपको पिछले 2 साल का अनुभव बताऊं, क्योंकि पिछले 2 साल बाकी सालों से बिल्कुल अलग थे। सडनली पूरे देश में लगभग सभी घर के अंदर बैठे थे और भयभीत थे और किसी को खबर नहीं थी कि आगे क्या हो रहा है। उस समय में सरकारों के साथ साथ सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लोग अपने को खतरे में डाल के बाहर निकले हर रोज। जो वैक्सीनेशन हेजिटेंसी से हटाने से लेकर शिक्षा की कंटिन्यूटी हो, खाने पीने की पूर्ति हो, और कुछ नहीं तो पता तो चले कि लोग कैसे रह रहे हैं समुदायों में, मेंटल हेल्थ के कंटेक्स्ट में। तो हम एक्चुअली इस पूरे प्रोसेस में पिछले 2 साल में लगभग अपने आप को री इन्वेंट कर पाए कि हमारी क्या स्थिति और क्या योगदान है। और उसी कंटेक्स्ट में मैं बस इतना कहकर ही ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा कि एक सरजी बुक्का जो बहुत फेमस ओलंपियन थे पोल वॉल्टिंग के लिए, वो अक्सर बोला करते थे कि ये जो पोल वॉल्ट है इसके कारण ही मैं इतनी ऊंचाई कूद सकता हूँ, और इसको अगर मैंने नहीं छोड़ा तो मैं पार भी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार का और सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का आपस में ऐसा ही लगभग रिश्ता है कि हम दोनों को और पूरे समुदाय को एक तरीके से अपने अपने रोल की ज़रूरत है। और बाग में तरह तरह के फूल खिलेंगे, CSO भी एक तरीके के इसे ही बाग में फूल है जो अपना योगदान करते हैं। और लास्टली मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि जैसे मैथ्यू ने बोला GDP में कंट्रीब्यूशन, तो वो अमाउंट या वो उस हिसाब से वो सही है, लेकिन यदि हम उसको एक्चुअली कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं कि जनजीवन में वो कितनी दूर गया, तो मैं सरप्राइज या हैरान नहीं होऊंगा इफ़ इट इज़ नॉट 2% बट 20%, जिस तरीके से उसको हम लीवरेज करते हैं। क्योंकि जनता अपने हक के लिए संविधान से या किस एक्टिव सिटीजनशिप में पार्टिसिपेट कर सके, जागरूक नागरिक बन सके, उसमें हमारा योगदान रहा है। तो बहुत ही खुशी है इसी के लिए कि ये रिपोर्ट हम आप लोगों के समक्ष रखते हैं। थैंक यू।
So thank you very much. May I request all of you to at least do a photo op for showing the cover, since you know you have come all the way and worked so hard. I just want to give you a logistic information that this report is available in soft copy and can be provided to all of you. But it is also going to be updated every 2-3 months with new information and new data and new chapters, because no work is complete. It's work in progress to show the contribution. And while you are getting photographed, I will read out some recommendations that is written in this book, since it is very short. Recommendation for enabling the civil society sector by the stakeholders, acknowledgement of the tremendous service to the nation by the million+ mission across India, the recognition of its leaders, workers, volunteers, and boards pro bono in service to the nation, an end to the excessive regulations sought to be implemented on the sector and laws of the land applied uniformly. Black sheep exist in all sections of society and cannot be used to tarnish those who have spent a lifetime in dedicated to social work. Recognition of the NPO partnership during pandemics, disasters, and implementing government programs. Ease of doing good index to be instituted on par with the ease of doing business. A social security fund for the social sector, workers during emergencies, health needs, etc. A level playing field in recognition of the contribution to the nation at 75 and beyond. And beyond, I added. Thank you very much for sharing this report. We will now request and the organization who have contributed, Article X, Art X, Business and Community Foundation, Banyan, Catalyst 2030, Craft Council of India, Dasra, Digital Empowerment Foundation, Guide Star India, Indian School of Development Management, IIM Ahmedabad, Research Team, Praxis, Salam Balak Trust, Socio Reform Foundation, Society for Social and Economic Research, South India Producers Association, Fair Trade, Teamwork, Fine Arts Society, Vani, Vidyasagar, and hundreds of NGOs and the civil society who filled up the form to share the data. Yeah. Thank you very much. Lunch will be served after 15 minutes. We are going to watch and listen to a rap. The rappers are here from this mobile is. Okay, so here is a small surprise. We have rappers come from Govandi, all the way Govandi. Anybody knows where is Govandi? Non-Bombayites, please say, which was an indication from it is from Bombay. So, Govandi, right? Yeah, Govandi. Arey, ye sab aake khade ho gaye yahan pe. So, these kids are from Govandi. It's a very famous area. And they are Zain Syed, Zahir Chaudhary, Qasim Sheikh and Mateen Ansari. इन्होंने खुद ही गाना लिखा है और खुद ही they are not AI, they are all humans. They will dance in front of you on the stage and do the rap song. And they are from the communities which is very, harshly treated. They are in a harsh condition. हमारा रिश्ता उनके साथ ऐसा है कि we try to work with them for digital rights, data literacy and those kind of things. We also contributed smartphones so that they could make films. So many of them are filmmakers, they are rappers, they are photographers. इनकी एक book है आईना, which is there on the stall, which you can look at how beautiful they photograph. So they are extremely active, energetic souls. अच्छा आप नीचे करोगे? Oh, okay. चलेगा तो फिर आ जाओ. Yeah. So thank you very much for coming all the way.
So hello everyone. ये मेरा ग्रुप है. ग्रुप का नाम है हमारा कोड 43. हम लोग आए मुंबई से. मुंबई में जगह है गोवंडी. तो हम लोग नीचे इसलिए परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, ऊपर जगह नहीं, अभी बनाने जाएगा तो टाइम लग जाएगा. तो हमारे पास कम टाइम है, तो इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं खुद को और फिर परफॉर्मेंस स्टार्ट करते हैं. रैप सॉन्ग है. तो मेरा नाम है मतीन अंसारी, स्टेज नेम अंसारी, मेरा सरनेम ही है.
मेरा नाम जहीर चौधरी और स्टेज नेम मेरा रियल जहरा है.
मेरा नाम है जैन सैयद, स्टेज नेम शाहिद सैयद.
मेरा नाम है कासिम शेख, स्टेज नेम भी कासिम ही.
ओके, तो प्ले करते हैं भाई. पहला सॉन्ग अपना ये रहेगा हिप हॉप का हाइप. हिप हॉप लिखा है उधर पे. ओके, तो पब्लिक एंजॉय करो. आवाज नहीं करके चलेगा, क्लैप कर देना बस, अच्छा लगा तो. यो
अंसारी
1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो हाय. मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई. 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई. मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई.
पब्लिक गोवंडी में होता टाइम वेस्ट. गोवंडी में आना बेटा कभी बनकर गेस्ट. सपनों से ज्यादा तेरी टाइटे मेरी लेस. गरीबी में रहते लेकिन देते अपना बेस्ट. बेस्ट या बातों में कौन कहता बुराई. आपस में सब कान बढ़ते हो जाती लड़ाई. आप फुल दुनिया देखे दिल में रख सच्चाई. माला की इन गलियों में ही रहता मेरा भाई. कलम मेरे हाथ में और मैं भी करता शाइन. नेटफ्लिक्स भी यूज करता हूँ प्राइम. फ्लेक्स नहीं करता बस करता हूँ मैं ग्राइंड. ड्रग्स नहीं लेता कभी चलाता हूँ माइंड. टैलेंट यहाँ पर छुपा है पर दिखता नहीं है भाई. मैंने सोच अच्छी रखा नहीं किया कभी घाई. टाइट रखा खुद को और सबको करा साइड. अभी कोरस आने वाला है तो सारे बोले भाई.
1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई. मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई. 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई. मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई.
चेक करो भाई, माइक चेक करो भाई. पहले मुंबई के सड़कों पे रिक्शा चलाए. अब मुंबई से उड़ के हम दिल्ली तक आए. अपन पैसे कमाइए सोचे इज्जत गवाए.
हाँ मेरी खुशी मेरे सपने सजाए. सारे दुख को हटाए और हम आगे बढ़ना चाहे.
पीछे हमें खींचे मेरा मुस्किल बजाए. सर पे घर की जिम्मेदारी अपन लगेज नहीं लाए. मेरे साथ मेरा साय करूँ खुद से मैं लड़ाई. यहाँ झूठ का है बोल
वाला बोलता मैं सच्चाई, मैं हालातों से जकड़ा मुझे छूना है ऊंचाई, जब मिले मुझे मंजिल तो लेना तुम बधाई, आसपास कोई नहीं साथ में परछाई, लेकिन सर पे मेरे अंधेरी सी छाई, हाँ कोई नहीं ये सगा जो खून से भी लगता तेरा भाई, थोड़ा समझ मेरे भाई। 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5, हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5, हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई। मेरा माइक वायरलेस मैं तो दूंगा मेरा बेस्ट, लाइन्स मेरी डिजिटल है लाइफ मेरी डिजिटल, फिजिकली करूँ यहाँ पे ग्राइंड में, टिपिकली चीजें नहीं आती मेरे माइंड में, दिखता मुझे सब लेकिन फिर भी रहता ब्लाइंड में, कहने को तो कह दूंगा पर कहने का ना टाइम में, कैसे करूँ ट्रीट मैं ये घर वालों की लीड, मेरा वाईफाई स्पीड में स्लो का भी फास्ट तो जिंदगी की रीत है, बिजनेस भी ट्राई किया जॉब भी अप्लाई किया, नेट भी चलाया मैंने 4G से 5G, मुंबई से दिल्ली तक पहन के आया नाइकी, मांगो मेरी देखा मुझे जन्नत दिखाई दी, स्ट्रीम्स नहीं देखा मैंने मेरे स्पॉटिफाई की, चेहरे पे हंसी है लेकिन लाइफ में एंजाइटी, लाइफ में एंजाइटी, 1 2 3 4 बोले मेरा भाई भी, 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, मैं क्यों करूँ 9 to 5, हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, 1 2 3 4 5 हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, मैं क्यों करो 9 to 5, हिप हॉप का हाइप माइक चेक करो भाई, चेक करो भाई, माइक चेक हो चुका है, स्टॉप कर दे चेक।
तो दूसरा सॉन्ग है हमारे गोवंडी के ऊपर जहाँ हम रहते हैं एरिया में, तो गोवंडी का हुक कुछ ऐसा है, हाँ एक बार मैं, आजा 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 मेरे साथ चल गोवंडी, गो 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 गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गोवंडी, चल आजा 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 मेरे साथ चल गोवंडी, गो 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 गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गोवंडी, यो तो ये हुक है, अभी सब अपने वर्स भी गाएंगे, तो प्ले करते भाई, गोल्ड गोवंडी गाने का नाम है, नहीं नहीं गोल्ड गोवंडी लिखा है, चलेगा चलेगा, वो सीक्वेंस वाइज रखे ना तो
डरता है तू, दूसरों का देखकर जलता है तू, से रहती तो मसला है क्यों, भाग जैसे मिलकर चलता है क्यों, हाथ पकड़ बना खुद की मंजिल, सपने से अपने कर ले तू अब डील, माँ मेरी बोली उड़ तू बन के चिल, जिंदगी जी मत कर तू सिर्फ लाइफ में चीटियां जैसे कोई चेस, सेकंड बैट बोले कोई पूरी सेट, टक्स तू लेता और देता सबको से घर तक आए थे विचाउट मिनट्स, आने से घुमाया सबको गहराई, वर्ष मेरे सुन के लोग देंगे बधाई, सब में हम रहते और होते महंगाई, ये दुनिया का दस को दिखता नहीं भाई,
फिर ले आया ड्रिल, गाने में देता हूँ रोज एक मैं करता बनाता ना रील, खाने से ज्यादा देता गोवंडी के भाई चलते एक साथ, कमी नहीं है सब पर मेरी जान, दोस्ती में रहता एक बेईमान, पर मेरे भाई तुझे भी सलाम, तो कहीं पर करूंगा साइफर, बातें मेरी सुन सुन हो तू हाइपर, मेरा टाइट जैसे उस स्नाइपर, बीट को भी खा लूँ इसको राइटर, मुझे मेरे गाने सुनेगा झूम के, मुरीद हो जाएगा गाने में सुन के, लिखे गाने मैंने पूरे दिल से, हो गया टाइम
लाऊंगा मैं फिर से, आजा मेरे साथ चल गोवंडी, गो 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 गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गोवंडी, आजा 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 मेरे साथ चल गोवंडी, गो 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 गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गोवंडी, जो पाना है कर लूंगा हासिल, ये खुदा करे रहमत नाजिल, मेरा गानों में लगने लगा दिल, पर पढ़ने लिखने में जाहिल, पर गाने लिखने में शातिर, ए दिल मुश्किल बना आलिल, तू पर नहीं मुझे तेरी, तू मिल मुझे या फिर ना मिल, मैंने बीट पे किया बन गया कातिल, हवा से हवा में ये वर्ष उड़ा दूंगा, दर्द बना तेरा दर्द दबा दूंगा, डर नहीं किससे ये डर को बता दूंगा, फुल ब्लैक पहना मैंने फुल ब्लैक मेरा स्टेज, मैं दिल्ली पे गायला, पेपर में आयला, मुंबई से मुंबई के मिरर पे छायला, जा जा के छायला,
कलम को उठाओ और दिल से लगाओ, मेरे दिल की किताब को नहीं जाओ, दिल में जो आग चली और बढ़ाओ, ये कागज के पन्ने को रोके नहीं गाओ, मेरी फीलिंग्स को शब्दों में बयां कर आओ, बेचैन की रातें ना जिंदगी में चैन मेरे सपने भूल मत के सपने रोका ना चला रे पूरे यूं में कोई मेरा आए, जो कंधे पे हाथ रख के बोलते दबाए, ये सोच ऊंचाई पर देख के ढकलना चाहे ना दिखल तो जिंदगी में अकल माओ, खुदा से दुआओं में मांगो, खुदा की जगह पे रख वो काम होते
मेरी चोली करे सोनी करे कैसा लगा मिले करे भाई मुझे डोले करे बाजी यार बाजी में भाई तेरा बाजी कर जो कर रहा दिल से कर शक्का दिया और बच्चा ले देख के लगता था बना आगे तो फिर पीछे मत मोड़ पीछे वो खड़े हैं जो नीचे तुझे नीचे ये सुन सुना के दिन रात गुनगुना चल आजा आजा मेरे साथ चल गो वंडी गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गो वंडी आजा 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 मेरे साथ चल गो वंडी गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गो वंडी आजा 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 मेरे साथ चल गो वंडी गोल्ड वाली शाइन दे गो वंडी आजा
एक लास्ट करते, एक लास्ट सॉन्ग है जलजला नाम है गाने का। नहीं नहीं सबके ही सबके लिए जलजला
आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी करी नहीं किसी ने ये कल्पना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी करी नहीं किसी ने ये कल्पना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को बोना रखता सलाम मैंने किया दिल की जो बात थी सामने रख दिया प्राउड रखता मैं बहुत कुछ सहकर सबने मैं चलता नहीं मैं नोट से बात करता मैं होश से पहले तो जाके खुद को बोर्ड दे बाद में चाहिए तो शॉर्ट मस्ता मेरी लाइन छुटती है कलम मेरी नहीं रुकती है रैप मेरा छुटती है किसी से नहीं मेरे रैप से कल रुकता नहीं किसी के आगे झुकता नहीं गोवंडी में रहता 15 साल मिलता सबसे पर फूकता नहीं जो करे तेरा भाई रोक कर दिया सादे रोक कर तू दिखा दे रुकते न रोकने से कुछ नहीं रोकते हैं शब्दों की बोले सीधा मेरे शॉट आजा मेरे पास बताओ सारे राज कौन असली है कौन कौन असली है कौन बने कौन सीधा टपकी है गलत का आगे तो पड़ती है बच के डर से लड़ा करते गीदड़ नहीं फोड़ा दे चाले चला कर पास आकर कर तू जला के राख कर दू आग बंद दिखाई जा चले जो से चले किससे करे सबसे बड़े जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी कभी नहीं किसी ने ये कल्पना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी कभी नहीं किसी ने ये कल्पना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को हर जगह लड़ लड़ तू खुद से लड़ गोवंडी से बाहर जाना खुद से बढ़ छोड़ फिकर पूरा सबर मेहनत से मैं कर दूंगा बेकल नस्ल के नहीं मिला कोई फल रक्त बहादुर नजर मुफ्त से कर दूंगा मैं सबका कल थोड़ी थोड़ी सांस मेरी आगे आगे बढ़ने लगी थोड़ी थोड़ी बात मेरी मैंने भी याद मेरा पूरा पूरा साथ देंगे दोस्त भी बनने लगी याद की बात मेरी चर्चा होने लगी मेरे हर घर पर डर लगे तो चढ़ो डर कम कर अपने घर से मैं आया बैठ बच पर एक शॉट पे गोली मार फुल फॉर्म सुनो मेरा फुल फॉर्म में हूँ मैं तेरी रात और दिन तेरी शाम में हूँ मैं तुझे नाम नहीं दिया तेरे काम में हूँ मैं चला जा मेरे पास तेरा नाम करो पूरा मेहनत करो पूरी तो आराम करो पूरा ये कहते हराम मेरे खाना खाने को तो फिर आएगा को घर मेरे खाना खाने को करे आड़ी तेरी बातें तो फिर सलाम अलैकुम जना जना मना तेरा नेशनल एंथम सबको स्वागत मेरा गोवंडी में वेलकम स्मार्ट मेरा फोन लेकिन दिखने में हैंडसम सोच मेरी जेंटल मैं हर सिचुएशन करूं हैंडल मैं नहीं लाइट मेरे घर पे मैं कैंडल में सुनो मेरी बातें ध्यान से टेंशन में मैंने मेरा पीछा नहीं छोड़ेगी ये टेंशन में आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी 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 किसी ने कल बना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी कभी नहीं किसी ने कल बना चल धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को आया जलजला मेहनत कर चल तेरा कल बना कभी कभी नहीं किसी ने कल बना धन 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 जरा धन कमा के गोवंडी को आया जलजला 43 तो ठीक है अभी छोड़ते हैं लोग स्टेज टाइम हो गया ओके थैंक यू एवरीवन थैंक यू सो मच
The highlight was the rap by the sign language. That was the real highlight. Thank you very much. All of you are invited to have lunch and be back at 1:55 on the table. So that we will start the afternoon process, which is going to be recognizing the best practices under ENGO Challenge and mbillionth Award and Social Media for Empowerment Award. And of course, the museum that we have created. There is a calligrapher outside. You can interact and you can get your name calligraphed. You can interact all the best practices who are also showcasing and ready to talk to you. All in next about 45 minutes. Thank you very much. See you soon. उम्मीद है कि आपको खाना मिला होगा और जिनको नहीं मिला होगा वो नाराज़ नहीं होंगे. So before we start, we have a request. All the guests of honors who are here to give away the awards, and I will read their name. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Secretary IT from Telangana Government. Anshu Gupta, Magsaysay Award winner. Deep Galok, Mr. Amit Bhatia from Aspire Circle. Pooja Marwaha from CRY. Manmohan Singh from Kaivalya. Pankaj Pachauri from Go News. Amitabh Behar from Oxfam India. Sachin Golwarkar, United Way. Shafali Chikarmane from DEF. Biraj Patnaik from NFI. Deepak Maheshwari, Public Policy Consultant, and Kanta Singh and Manisha Singh. May I request all of you, the name that I call, and Amir and Amitabh and Shalini and Natasha, to take a round of the place behind, which is what we call as the Digital Poverty Museum, about 5-7 minutes, and take a walk and then come back. By then our videos and everything are ready to start with. So that the main purpose of showcasing you the Digital Museum of Poverty can be at least shown to you. Rest of the people have already seen since morning. And some of our staff from DEF, they can accompany them to take them around, like Irfan, Nahid, Shivam, Saurabh. Can you take them through the Digital Museum? And come back in about 5-7 minutes. More code is a collective that is going to work together. Code is a collective that More code is a collective that is going to work together with lots of organizations across India and South Asia to express artistically to tell what they want.
Thank you everyone for waiting and for looking at the Digital Museum of Poverty Alleviation. We are going to be starting with the award ceremony now. The first award that we'll be addressing today is the mbillionth award. Can I please show you an intro video explaining what mbillionth award is all about?
mbillionth Awards recognizes and facilitates innovations and excellence in mobile tech solution, innovations and initiatives in addressing social, economic and sustainable development and transformational changes in the South Asia region. Recognizing the power of the mobile phone in 2010, Digital Empowerment Foundation launched the mbillionth Awards to recognize excellence in mobile innovations for development. This year, we received over 100 nominations from the South Asian region in the following categories. We are proud to present the best out of the nominations we received here today.
Thank you so much. Can I please ask the chief guest for mbillionth award, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, to come up on stage and say a few words of encouragement for all the finalists present here today?
थैंक यू। सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू। फॉर दोज हु डोंट नो मी, माय नेम इज जयेश रंजन। I work for the government in Hyderabad, the state of Telangana. I'm the Principal Secretary for IT and Industries. We have collaborated with DEF on a number of initiatives, and possibly that is the reason why I am here. So first of all, many congratulations for this milestone. Completing 20 years with a very steadfast determination, with a very strong focus, and promoting digital empowerment in nooks and corners of this country is not a small feat. And to do it for 20 successful years is remarkable. So, सबसे पहले ये 20 साल की उपलब्धि पे आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। I am also delighted that under different categories, some of the most deserving grassroots initiatives are getting this recognition. They are getting this award. जिन लोगों को आज पुरस्कार मिल रहे हैं, उन सभी को भी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। Many of you would be aware that national government has a flagship digital program which is called Digital India. It was introduced approximately 8 years ago. And coincidentally, a few months before Digital India started, in our state also, we began an initiative which is called Digital Telangana. आप लोगों को शायद पता हो, तेलंगाना एक नया राष्ट्र है। 8.5 साल पहले जून 2014 में ये नया राष्ट्र बनाया गया था। तो after we became a new state, it was decided that we will look afresh. We were earlier part of the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, but then we felt that we should look afresh at what are the programs, what are the policies, and we felt digital gives a good opportunity for a new state to accelerate our development. And हम लोगों ने एक डिजिटल तेलंगाना के नाम से हमने एक प्रोग्राम शुरू किया. And of course, when Digital India started a few months later, we realized that there is a very good alignment between Digital Telangana and Digital India, but on certain regards, we are far more audacious. Our ambitions, our goals are much more than that of Digital India. So one very important component of Digital India, अगर किसी को भी हम digital platform पे लाएं, तो सबसे पहला सवाल ये आता है कि digital infrastructure है कि नहीं. Are you having access to digital infrastructure? Is it affordable? It is reliable? तो डिजिटल इंडिया में भी डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लाने के लिए कुछ कंपोनेंट्स लगाए गए, एंड इन डिजिटल तेलंगाना आल्सो वी हैड सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ कंपोनेंट. सो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है विच इज़ देयर इन बोथ डिजिटल इंडिया एंड डिजिटल तेलंगाना इज़ टू ले ऑप्टिक फाइबर केबल. तो डिजिटल इंडिया में कहा गया है कि हर पंचायत तक आप ऑप्टिक फाइबर केबल ले जाइए, बट इन डिजिटल इंडिया वी हैव डिसाइडेड टू स्प्रेड इट टू एवरी होम. हर घर में हम लोग ऑप्टिक फाइबर केबल पहुंचाएंगे, एंड इट्स अ वेरी एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट. इट टेक्स ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, एफर्ट, टाइम, बट नेवरदलेस वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट, एंड होपफुली बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर और पॉसिबली द नेक्स्ट क्वार्टर ऑफ फर्स्ट ईयर वी वुड हैव सैचुरेटेड. सो तेलंगाना में वी हैव रफली अबाउट 10 million homes, and many homes would be in rural areas, remote areas, but our guarantee is that wherever you are, we will provide this reliable optic fiber cable right till your doorstep. And पिछले कुछ सालों से ये काम हो रहा है, but एक चीज़ हम लोगों ने देखी, ये काम गांव-गांव में हो रहा है, एक गांव में ख़त्म होता है, दूसरे गांव में शुरू होता है. So when, for example, let us say you are a farmer, you are a simple farmer who lives in a village. You went to bed tonight, and when you woke up the next morning, someone tells you that, hey, there is optic fiber cable at your doorstep. We did not find anyone jumping in joy. अरे मेरे घर तो digital fiber network आ गया, and I'm rushing out, I'm buying a laptop, or I'm buying a tab, or I'm buying a smartphone. We did not find anyone doing that. And it kind of puzzled us कि हमारे नज़रिए में तो हम लोग एक बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण काम कर रहे हैं, but कोई इसके ऊपर, no one is showing any excitement about it. And then when we dug deep into it कि क्या वजह है, तो we realized that there's a very important credibility issue. बहुत सारे लोग ये सोचते हैं ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, डिजिटल है, कंप्यूटर्स है, ये केवल पढ़े लिखे लोगों के लिए है, ये उन लोगों के लिए है जो शहर में रहते हैं, जो इंग्लिश बोलते हैं, जो शर्ट पैंट पहनते हैं, और जो गांव में रहते हैं, जो साधारण लोग हैं, उनके लिए ये सब कुछ नहीं है. And then we kind of probed further and we found that, of course, people face hundreds of challenges in their daily life, in their livelihoods. And what we discovered was that if you are able to provide solutions to the most pressing pain points that people face, and if these solutions can be rolled out in front of their eyes, then the buy-in becomes very strong. आप ऐसी चीज़ों, ऐसे मुद्दों को पकड़िए जिसकी वजह से उनको बहुत तकलीफ होती है, और उन तकलीफ़ों को दूर करने के लिए आप डिजिटल का इस्तेमाल करिए और उनकी आंखों के सामने उनको दिखाइए कि डिजिटल के इस्तेमाल से ये फ़र्क पड़ता है, ऐसी चीज़ों में सुधार आता है, एंड देन इट वर्क्स. एंड इन तेलंगाना आई फील वेरी प्राउड टू शेयर विथ यू दैट वी हैव स्टार्टेड आवर वर्क इन द एरियाज़ ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर. सी, आपको मालूम ही होगा एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर, कृषि के ऊपर बहुत सारी रूरल लाइवलीहुड्स डिपेंड होती हैं. लॉट्स ऑफ रूरल लाइवलीहुड्स डिपेंड ऑन एग्रीकल्चर. सो वी हैव चोजन टू इंटरवीन इन दैट. एंड एज मेनी ऑफ यू वुड नो, देयर आर, आई मीन, एग्रीकल्चर ऑपरेशंस हैपन थ्रू ए सीरीज ऑफ एक्टिविटीज़. खेत को तैयार करना, इनपुट्स खरीदना, फसल को बोना, उसकी देखभाल करना, कटाई करना, वेयर हाउस में रखना, मार्केट में ले जाना, अगर कभी सूखा पड़ गया या बाढ़ आ गया तो उसके लिए इंश्योरेंस क्लेम करना. लॉट्स ऑफ स्टेप्स and every step is riddled in inefficiency. हर स्टेप में कुछ ना कुछ कमी रह जाती है. हमारी सरकार, the national government, not just now but even the previous national government, has been speaking about this very important national goal of doubling farmers' income. But we know for sure that they have not even reached anywhere close to it. But we are very convinced that if we can use technology to remove these efficiencies, it will not be very far-fetched to imagine that farmers' income can also double. तो इस तरह के प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं. और द रीज़न वाई आई हैव टोल्ड सच ए लॉन्ग स्टोरी इज़ दैट मेनी ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट यू डू, आप अभी जो जिन लोगों को अवार्ड्स मिलेगा, जो लोग शॉर्ट लिस्ट हुए, जो लोग फाइनल में पहुँचे, वो जिस तरह का काम आप लोग कर रहे हैं, दिस इज़ व्हाट विल रियली मैटर द मोस्ट व्हेन टुमारो ए प्रोग्राम लाइक डिजिटल इंडिया और डिजिटल तेलंगाना हैज़ टू सक्सीड. आप ऐसी चीज़ों को पकड़ रहे हैं जिसकी बहुत ज़रूरत है. दीज आर बॉटम्स अप काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स. दीज हैव बीन identified at the grassroots level. But two more things, two caveats from what we have experienced by ourselves in Telangana. पहली चीज़ तो ये है कि make that application very very easy to use. क्योंकि अगर उनको ये लगता है कि हमारे पास कोई आप टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आ रहे हैं लेकिन हम नहीं इस्तेमाल कर पाएंगे क्योंकि हमने पढ़ाई नहीं की है, I don't have that kind of understanding, then possibly we will not be able to go all the way. So you have to make it very, very simple to use. Again, I'll tell an anecdote from Telangana. As I mentioned, we are doing lots of agriculture-related tech initiatives. So we have created an app through which pests can be identified. It's a pictorial match, and then you can get very accurate, very precise kind of recommendations. So we had already introduced it, but as you would know in the government, we have to get the ministers launch these kind of things. So minister के constituency में हम लोगों ने launch का plan किया. Soft launch already हो चुका था, 3-4 महीने से वो app इस्तेमाल में हो रहा था, but minister अपने constituency जा रहे थे, we kept the launch there. तो जिस company ने, जिस startup ने ये app बनाया है, they were there. They had put up a screen, and the person who was there, the minister had come. It was all set. This person who was representing the startup, he was not able to figure it out. कैसे उसको app को live करें. And one very ordinary farmer who was sitting in the audience, he started guiding. कि उधर click करो, उसमें एक drop down menu आएगा, उसमें third को डालो. And minister was amazed. Our minister, technology minister, a very educated person. I mean, he was surprised कि जो startup के person को नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, वो एक ordinary एक user कैसे उसको बता पा रहा है. And then he asked him, of course the conversation was in Telugu, he asked him कि तुमको कैसे इतनी समझ है. And then he mentioned that pest is a very, so he grows cotton. Telangana में cotton is a very important crop, and typically every second year there's a major pest attack on that. तो उस farmer ने बताया कि इतनी बड़ी problem ये हमारे लिए रहती है, आधा income हमारा pests में ही निकल जाता है. Half of my income is eaten away by the pests. And therefore, when he gave a solution, it was something very relevant to us. So we ensured that we understood it and we don't depend upon him. We can run it by ourselves. So how to use it, how do you master that technology? That is something very fundamental. And of course, make it affordable, make it very, very easy to use. So I'm sure that many of the products and solutions that are getting recognized today, all of them will be used extensively in our country. I'll be happy to give you opportunity to try it out in the state of Telangana as well. But once again, many, many congratulations to all the prize winners and to DEF once again for your successful journey. Thank you very much.
So I would like to define Jayesh Ranjan. We call him a CSO person in government. Civil society person in government. That's the reason there was no introduction given to him, because CSO may we always take casually and, like we know each other very well. So some of the things that I wanted to also share with all of you about Jayesh Ranjan is that like any innovation that we keep doing, he will call us and tell ke, yaar yahan bhi karo, Telangana mein bhi karo, and things like that. For example, we opened a digital excellence center in a old town in Hyderabad. He said ke one is not enough. So हमने बोला कि money is also not enough then. So he said then why don't you open in all the library? Then we signed an MOU to open digital excellence center in all the public libraries at a district level in all 34 districts in Telangana. And we are going to open it. And these digital excellence centers are not like IIM Ahmedabad excellence centers. These are excellence centers which is accessible to the most downtrodden and out of school children and informal and all those things. So these are some of the things we keep doing with him. And when we were doing this, usually when you do in Delhi, you don't really call people from states and all that. So we were very sure that if he could come, and he readily said that yes, I'll be happy to be here. So thank you very much for that. So that is the reason. So I just wanted to give you a small little introduction. mbillionth is what, about 15-year-old? We started in 2010. Many of you would know that awards that DF has been doing. Manthan Award is the mother of all awards that we do. It was started in 2005, and then the mother vanished after 15 years. And then the rest of the award which she had given birth to, mbillionth Award, Social Media for Empowerment Award, ENGO Challenge, continued for a very long time. In 2010, we had started mbillionth Award from Sri Lanka actually. And now it had survived post-COVID also. I don't know whether it will survive next year or not, because mobile has become more toxic than anything else. So let's see how much innovation we do to get out of mobile. But this year we got about over 100 nominations. We got about 32 finalists. And this is the first time we have converted the award without category. So there will be 10 winners, but we are not category. We got the nomination, but many nominations we didn't, with many categories we didn't get enough nominations. So we just said 5 finalists, 5 special mention and 5 winners. So what the videos that you are going to see is about 40 to 45 seconds or 35 seconds video of each one of those finalists. So sit tight. You are going to be 15 minutes busy watching this video of 32 finalists. And I must also tell the rest of the people other than the guest of honor that all the guests of honor here are not really to give you an award, but they wanted to know what are the innovations going. So actually for them it's a learning thing that they want to always come. Sometimes they couldn't come, sometimes they managed to come. But they are here with their all humility to see kya ho raha hai market mein, kaun log kya bana rahe hain and things like that. So here are the videos that we are going to show you, about 32 of them, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Can we start with Gram Hall, please? We'll be showing you the video of their initiative.
यहाँ लगातार हम 3 पीढ़ियों से कृषि कर रहे हैं। कृषि करने में सबसे पहले जो उपज पैदा कर रहे हैं ना, उसको बेचना सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। यदि कहीं अपन चूक जाते हैं तो लाश में चले जाएंगे। और आपका जो चालू हुआ व्हाट्सएप से बोल भाव, तो इसके माध्यम से हमको हर दिन की, हर मार्केट की, हमारा एमपी में जितने भी मार्केट हैं, कि हम सही जगह पे और ज़्यादा लोगों से संपर्क में आके, ज़्यादा व्यापारी कांटेक्ट में आके अपने माल को बेच सकते हैं। मित्र किसानों या जो भी है, जितने भी किसान हैं अपने गांव से संबंधित सारे कुछ, तो उनको बोल भाव से बोलने का उद्देश्य ये है। तो अगर बोल भाव का इस्तेमाल करें और भी समृद्धि।
Thank you. The next organization is FarmZeo. Thank you. The next organization is Empower Social Enterprises Limited from Bangladesh. Can we have Farmart Service Private Limited next, please?
So Farmart is a trusted tool for agri retailers that helps them increase their income, improve their credit cycles, and connect more efficiently with farmers. And then we use that network of retailers to connect large enterprises, food businesses, to directly source from the network of the retailers from the farmers.
At Farmart, we have developed the world's first operating system that is powering food value chains. So we are a B2B SaaS-led marketplace. We aim to digitize the entire life cycle of farming, right? From sowing the seed up to harvesting. Then, that is where the product, the retailer app actually really catalyzes the entire effort and allows us to kind of build this operating system. They're scared of growing new commodities because they don't have access to markets. If you could give them access to markets, they will not shy away to take that risk.
The next organization is Crop B. Thank you. The next organization is Pragati Systems Limited. Thank you. The next organization is Khalti Private Limited.
Smart Chori is all about encouraging girls and women in the sector of digital and financial literacy through online in-app training. On completion of this online training, up to rupees 80 can be earned through the help of in-app tutorial videos. It has affected more than 2 lakhs women digitally and physically. It doesn't just stop here. The registered 1,90,000 Smart Choris gets an opportunity to share their knowledge with their peer networks and be an influencer in the community by referring and educating Smart Chori program with the opportunity to earn. With this initiative, Khalti has successfully increased the number of digital financial transactions from 3% to 17%, which we think is a great start to become a digital Nepal.
The next organization is Self-Help Africa United Purpose.
Hi, this is Jannat. I am the project director for LEAN project. LEAN stands for Leadership to Ensure Adequate Nutrition. The project has been implementing in 3 hill districts in Chittagong Hill Tract region. The main objective of the project is to ensure maternal and child nutrition in CHT. We have 3 broader categories of results, which are strengthening nutrition governance, social and behavioral change communication, and strengthening value chain and market development. Women and girls empowerment is the key across all interventions of the project. Through our project, we developed 820 women entrepreneurs, 3,500 adolescent clubs. Now they are leading the whole process of nutrition mainstreaming in CHT as a change maker.
The next organization is Tissa Artisan Trust.
Applications. One is the artisan app, one is a reseller app. And that's how we aim to bring impact and scale in the handicraft cluster. Bring a paradigm shift by working not with 10 artisans, 100 artisans or 1,000 artisans, but with lakhs and lakhs of women. Through their mobile, they reach out to lakhs and lakhs of resellers in the country.
Thank you. The next is Department of Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Haryana. The next organization is Connected Technologies, LLP. Thank you. Our next finalist is Sohopathy.
What does Sohopathy do? In Sohopathy, teachers from different backgrounds can come and create their own learning groups for students. So in the learning groups that the teachers create here, they can upload their own video contents, they can upload their own lecture notes, and also they can upload their own practice exams. That's based on the student demands. So what makes Sohopathy unique? First of all, in these learning groups, the main teacher here, they can upload their own contents, videos and notes, and also the exams. Alongside that, to support them, the students can also contribute by helping their peers. The students can upload their own videos, their own notes, and act as co-teachers guided by the main teacher. And the most interesting part is almost all of the groups are designed in the same way. So it can not only be scaled for Bangladesh, but they can be scaled for any country, and also it can be scaled for any vertical of learning.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Orenda.
8 years ago, I walked into a slum, and there are many slums in Islamabad, and I had my life drastically altered. In that slum, I saw children, thousands of them, who either lived in the slum or worked and begged on the streets of Islamabad. Me and my friends decided to do something about it, and we ended up renting a 2-room building and establishing a school in that building. That was the first institution that we'd ever built. Soon the school started to flourish, but we became consumed by another ideal, that quality, affordable education should be available to every child across Pakistan. Around 23.5 million children in Pakistan are out of school. And even if they do end up going to school after 5 years of mandatory education, about 50% cannot even read a single sentence. But at the same time, in the very same country where 50% of the children cannot read, over 51% of the population now has access to a smartphone. And we saw this as an opportunity. And so about 5 years ago, the same group of people who had set up that first slum school decided to establish Talimabad, an initiative that digitizes the national curriculum of Pakistan and converts it into a fun, engaging way to study. 1 million children, that's not where we want to stop. And Pakistan, that's not our only destination. In 10 years' time, Talimabad will be the global tool of choice for children across the globe to learn in a fun, adaptive and personalized way. And we want you to join us on this journey.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Hathi Labs.
Based keyboard for use with smartphones. Now that the device is connected to my smartphone, I can use the braille interface along with the other keys to navigate my faster smartphone. Beginning with turning on TalkBack on my phone on, I press the Z key. TalkBack turns on. I can open my notes app and I can type in things. Say if I type in hello, H-E-L-L-O. The button mapping to my fingers are the same as a traditional braille typewriter.
Our next finalist is Department of School Education, Chhattisgarh.
छत्तीसगढ़ के भविष्योन्मुखी मुख्यमंत्री माननीय भूपेश बघेल की पहल पर स्कूली शिक्षा को अधिक सुगम, ग्राह्य और प्रभावी बनाने के लिए एनआईसी द्वारा निर्माण किया गया है निकलर ऐप का। निकलर आईडी अरूको मार्कर का साधारण प्रिंट भर है, जिसे किसी कठोर सतह या गत्ते पर चिपकाकर वर्ष में एक बार छात्रों को प्रदान किया जाता है। निकलर ऐप ओपन सोर्स कंप्यूटर विजन लाइब्रेरी में अरूको मार्कर टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रयोग करते हुए 25 फीट दूर से छात्र को प्रदान की गई निकलर आईडी के माध्यम से उसके उत्तर को ग्रहण कर लेता है और सही जवाब देने वाले छात्र छात्रा को विजयी घोषित होने के बाद पुरस्कृत किया जाता है।
Thank you. Our next finalist is Humanities Learning Sciences and Consulting Private.
घर बैठे अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाएं इंग्लिश, हिंदी और मैथ के साथ साथ सामाजिक और भावनात्मक कुशलता। डाउनलोड करें टॉप पेरेंट ऐप। हर हफ्ते आपको मिलेंगे नए कार्यपत्र, क्विज और मनोरंजक वीडियोस जो बच्चों और माता पिता दोनों को बहुत कुछ सिखाता है, वो भी बिल्कुल मुफ्त। टॉप पेरेंट सिर्फ आपके बच्चों को पढ़ाता ही नहीं, बल्कि हर महीने माता पिता को स्मार्टफोन, हेडफोन्स और पावर बैंक जैसे ढेर सारे इनाम जीतने का मौका भी देता है। यदि आपके घर में 3 से 8 साल तक के बच्चे हैं, आज डाउनलोड करें टॉप पेरेंट को और बनिए टॉप पेरेंट।
Our next finalist is Think Zone.
Hello, I am Vinayak and I am the founder of social enterprise Think Zone, which works towards improving the learning outcomes of children from low resource settings. We utilize accessible technology solutions to empower educators and parents so that they can work towards developing the foundational skills of children from an early age. During the pandemic, there was this massive lockdown and schools were closed. This affected millions of children because schools went online, and unfortunately many children did not have access to internet or the smartphones. This was a big challenge for our team to think of ways in which we could reach out to children and provide them with quality learning opportunities. We therefore developed a home learning program which utilizes low-cost technology on basic feature phones. The user-friendly modules can be understood and implemented by parents regardless of their literacy level. Our home learning program enables parents to work towards developing the skills of their children from an early age. Access to the content is free of cost for families.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Agastya International Foundation.
Hello friends, introducing Agastya's We Learn application, a digital initiative from Agastya International Foundation. Agastya's We Learn is a friendly app where children begin their journey in independent learning. The app brings out the natural potential of the children to remain curious and their ability to build knowledge on their own. Learning is easier in one's mother tongue, and the app's learning modules are offered in regional languages. Agastya's We Learn modules provide simple explanations of concepts through relatable, caring characters and daily life examples to kindle curiosity and build confidence to learn independently. Interactivities and virtual experimentation in the modules drive active and engaged learning.
Our next finalist is Gurukul XYZ Private Limited.
मैं हार गई हूँ। अरे तेरा सारा काम तो हो गया है ना आज का, फिर से खेलते हैं। फिर से रोज का ही है, कल फिर से लोगों के घर जाके झाड़ू पोछा करना पड़ेगा। मुझे भी तेरी तरह पढ़ना है ना, अरे सपना पूरा करना है। सुन मेरी बात, तेरे सारे सपने पूरे होंगे। पढ़ाई ऐप डाउनलोड कर और मेरी तरह फ्री में पढ़। पढ़ाई ऐप is the largest online free learning platform. It provides courses for KG to undergraduate level. And not to mention, they are also available in 20 plus regional and international languages. And all this for free. Download Padhai app now.
Thank you. The next finalist is Pyjam Foundation.
चलिए आपको एक मजेदार फ्री ऐप से इंट्रोड्यूस करवाते हैं, कोड मित्र। इस ऐप के जरिए आप घर बैठे अपनी भाषा में कंप्यूटर साइंस सीख सकते हैं, कई तरह की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं और अपने गेम्स या एनिमेशंस भी बना सकते हैं। इसमें कई सारे लेसन्स हैं जिनकी मदद से आप कंप्यूटर साइंस के कॉन्सेप्ट्स जैसे एल्गोरिदम, सीक्वेंसिंग, लूप्स, वेरिएबल्स भी सीख सकते हैं। हर लेसन में कुछ छोटे छोटे वीडियोस हैं जिनकी मदद से आप लेसन में यूज किए गए कॉन्सेप्ट समझ सकते हैं और फिर एक्टिविटी लैब में सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पर अपनी खुद की ट्रैफिक लाइट बनाई और यहाँ पर एक एथलीट को फिनिश लाइन तक पहुँचने में मदद करी। ये ओपन लैब है जिसमें आप खुद के एनिमेशंस, गेम्स और पजल्स बना सकते हैं।
Thank you. Our next finalist is Cuddles Foundation.
Hi, I'm Rahi Shah from Cuddles Foundation and I'm the product head for the Food Heals app. So a patient's nutritional status is one of the defining factors for successful cancer treatments in children. During an internal study across our partner hospitals, we found out that 57% of children in India who are starting cancer treatments are undernourished at their first visit. With the help of donors and volunteers, in 2017, we created our Food Heals app. It is the first of its tech platform that automates clinical nutritional functions and enables medical oncology and nutrition teams to collaborate more effectively so more children may win their battle against cancer. With the help of the Food Heals app, last financial year, we counseled more than 12,900 patients.
Our next finalist is Market Mirchi.
मार्केट मिर्ची अभियान है जिसके जरिए हम भारतवर्ष के ग्रामीण उद्योजकों को, किसानों को, फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को एंड सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को उनके फ्री ऑनलाइन मार्केटिंग के लिए एम्पावर कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए हमारा मोबाइल फ्रेंडली वेबसाइट एंड एंड्रॉयड ऐप मार्केट मिर्ची उपलब्ध है। मार्केट मिर्ची की विशेषता यह है कि ये पूरे ग्रामीण भारत में जिसका मार्केटिंग होता है वो सारी कैटेगरीज कवर करता है।
Our next finalist is IPE Global.
इस बार तो तुम्हारी चैंपियन स्वस्थ ही पैदा होगी। वो कैसे दीदी? इस बार पूरा समुदाय मिलकर तुम्हारे स्वास्थ्य का ध्यान रखेगा। ANM दीदी, आशा सहयोगिनी, पोषण चैंपियन बहन जी और मैं, हम सब साथ काम करेंगे ताकि तुम्हें पौष्टिक खाना और सही सलाह मिले।
Our next finalist is Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Gujarat. Our next finalist is Ekjut. Our next finalist is National Institute of Urban Affairs.
set up to institutionalize a shared digital platform across the nation in months, not years. The Center for Digital Governance at the National Institute of Urban Affairs is your one-stop partner to support your digital governance journey. The NUDM will make digital building blocks for you, our state and city partners, to choose and adopt. We will facilitate your journey in adopting a national open source platform with 9 most commonly used services. You can choose between 3 engagement models. You can integrate your existing services and partially adopt only those NUDM applications which you need. You may adopt a ready-to-use platform or leverage an integrated view of key services across your state or urban territory by using the national dashboards for data aggregated reporting.
Our next finalist is the initiative Shramev Jayate. Thank you. The next organization is Information and Communication Technology Agency, Sri Lanka.
All you want to know on how to use the National Fuel Pass. It's easy and efficient. As a first-time user, visit the Fuel Quota Management portal available on fuelpass.gov.lk. Click Register. Now enter your NIC number and the mobile number. You can also use your passport number or the business registration number. As your registration is now successful, your eligible fuel quota and the remaining balance will also be visible here along with the date of quota expiry.
Our next finalist is SOL Share. Our next finalist is Vanita Jyoti Mahila Sangam. Thank you. Our next finalist is Kerala University of Digital Sciences, Innovation and Technology. And the last finalist for this year's mbillionth award is Lagwelki.
So, yeah, good. So I'm going to call the name of the winners and the final, the special mentions. But I also want to tell you that, do you all know Red Bus? Nobody knew when they got this award. Do you know Paytm? They were in garage when they got an award from us. Do you know in Better India? Do you read Better India? Nobody knew them when they got this award. So usually, this is not to tell that you all will become millionaire, but certainly we have a knack of getting the nomination when they are not very well known. So, and that's where the innovation is, and it goes further. So just wanted to give you, and that's the reason why we are very generous in terms of finalists, and we also make those videos because they are always available for anybody to take as a lesson and things like that. I would like to call our guest of honor on the stage to give away the award, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Ms. Pooja Marwaha, Sachin Golwalkar, Mr. Sachin Golwalkar, Ms. Kanta Singh. I saw Kanta walking in from UN Women Office, and Mr. Amit Bhatia. Can you please come on the stage to be together to welcome the people who are going to come on the stage. And now I'm going to call the special mention first, and then the winner. So our 5 special mentions. Number 1 is Women on Economic Front from TISR. TISR, anybody here? You are one of the 10 winners as a special mention. So stage could be a little messy. We don't know which one. आप लोगों के पास किसी और का नाम जाएगा तो कल वापस कर दीजिएगा और कोई और नाम सही वाला पहुंच जाएगा. I'm just kidding. The second one is a universe of learning, Talimabad. I think, I don't know whether they are here. Talimabad won't be here. Then we have a productivity app, Gurukul Padhai. Gurukul Padhai. They are the startup. Apparently they got motivated by earlier winners of their friend from Kashmir, Rise, and they started developing app to get an award, I guess. Inspiration, okay. Then we have a special mention called Paijam Foundation, giving a STEM education a big push. Paijam. So their initiative name is called Code Mitra. If you go to Kashmir and the remote schools, these people are instrumental in making them learn coding in remote schools in Jammu and Kashmir. And then we have Ekjut, Health Workers Next Digital Jump. A special mention, Ekjut. Please raise your hand if you are Ekjut. Yes, please come. So the good news about a special mention is that के medal एक ही है, उसका belt थोड़ा different है. Please go ahead and give. बीच में चले जाइए. एक you know, the reason all of you are here is that, you know, आप लोग अपने award giver को बांट लेंगे. You know, yeah, so you need to take one from each one of you. And can you also give a little bit of pose and give a space to each other? So can we just line up a little bit? And जिनको award मिल चुका है वो जाए ना, पीछे की लाइन में खड़े हो जाएं हमारे winners के साथ, then we will get a big photograph together. Kanta, can you give a little? Yeah, can you give a little? Yeah. Yes, Pooja is very good in terms of getting the winners of photograph. Yes, yes, of course. Okay, so just logistically, जिन लोगों को मिल गया आप लोग थोड़ा पीछे हो जाएं. अभी winners आएंगे, फिर इसके बाद एक group photo होगा. So now I'm going to call the winners. I hope all of them are here. The first winner is Farmers Online Procurement Life Cycle, e-Khareed portal from Haryana. e-Khareed portal from Haryana. Wonderful. Please rush. इससे पहले कि ये स्पेशल मेंशन वाले आपका अवार्ड न ले लें. And the second is Sohopati. Is Sohopati here? Sohopati from Bangladesh, I think they couldn't make it. They are the winners. Then we have Lagvelki, telling our stories. Lagvelki. Oh, they are also from Bangladesh. Bangladesh is one of the highest award winners among the neighbors. So, yeah, miss them. Then third is Innovative Assessment Tool, NICLER, Nikler. Are you here? Good. Please come. From Chhattisgarh. छत्तीसगढ़ में गवर्नमेंट हमेशा अवार्ड ले जाती है. And then we have Top Parent. Is Top Parent here? Oh, wow. Please come. Top Parent is a winner. Sashwati is a very good friend, but no, I was not part of the jury, so. So please. फोटो में सर्टिफिकेट नहीं दिखेगा किसका नाम लिखा है, सो यू कैन. Who is the Sash? So Pooja, you are giving award to the right person. Chhattisgarh, related to education, you run CRY, so all related. So I will ask each award winner to say one sentence. First of all,
सर अगर प्रोजेक्ट्स के बारे में बात करूं तो ये फार्मर्स के लिए है, जिस पे जो हमारे फार्मर्स होते हैं उनको काफ़ी तकलीफ़ें होती हैं अपनी फसल को मतलब बेचने के लिए. जिसमें ये क्या है कि उनकी जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होती थी आड़तियों से जाके बात करनी पड़ती थी. हमने इसके थ्रू उनको ऑनलाइन ये सारी चीज़ें मतलब अवेल कराई हैं. इससे ये है कि वो अपनी फसल का ऑनलाइन मतलब मॉनिटर कर सके कि उनका किस तरह मतलब जो पेमेंट का स्टेटस क्या है. एंड टू एंड.
So India houses the largest number of young children in the world and yet has one of the poorest early childhood indicators. So Top Parent really looks at empowering low-income communities with language resources and strategies. It's available in the vernacular and is a unique app which has a very strong learning engineering backend that also makes learning personalized and adaptive. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity.
One word.
So we started Padhai, Gurukul Padhai, with the motto of if TikTok is free, why not Padhai be free? So we brought a platform with 4,000 free courses, extracted out from MIT, from Yale universities, made them hyperlocal, made them dubbed into hyperlocal languages so that students from sitting in India can study from these courses in their own languages. We launched a platform, Bits. Bits is like, just like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, where students can scroll and learn. So entertainment concept. So yeah, that's how we are trying to make Padhai education fun and accessible.
So share your feelings, not the product.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, DF, for this wonderful opportunity of showcasing what we are doing. We as Tisser Artisan Trust try to give livelihood and sustainable skill development to women artisans. Through this app and technology, we want to empower the women artisans to access the global market. And this award is truly dedicated to those women artisans and give them the opportunity through the innovative digital and e-commerce platform. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Truly humbled. Hamara mission is extremely simple. Democratizing edtech. We know how inaccessible it had become and it still is. So the goal is to reach out to kids and teachers who don't have access and also make it culturally relevant and responsible like we're trying to do in Kashmir. So thank you.
Thanks for coming.
ओके एक टूल है जो मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन से क्लास में 40 बच्चे से इकोनॉमिकली कैसे उसका आंसर्स कैप्चर करना है विदाउट एनी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइस इन द हैंड्स ऑफ द स्टूडेंट
छत्तीसगढ़ या बाहर भी ओके ग्रेट तो ये AI नहीं है, ये HI है.
What do you? एक शब्द, एक सेंटेंस या एक fantastic. Congratulations.
Always blown away by the sheer range of innovation. And I was really delighted to see a lot of farmer-related apps this time.
Many congratulations. May you go on to succeed and do well.
I'll take a minute then, since you are the Digital Education Foundation. You know, the person who created internet had a second, shot at bettering the internet, which he was not successful. This person is Tim Berners-Lee, who created www and HTTP protocols, which we call internet now. 20 years after he did that, he tried another internet where he said, if I can take out the two barriers, one was written text and language, other was the cost of connectivity, maybe I can better the internet. He tried that. It has not yet worked, and some pilots have happened in India, and I know. But as I saw some of your videos, and I saw many of you were able to tell your stories without a voiceover, without talking heads, with just images talking for, that really was Tim Berners-Lee's vision. His second vision was a little more technical. He did not want Wi-Fi at all. He wanted, a mobile phone to mobile phone transfer of data real time as people walk through, so that that cost goes to zero. But as you go down this road, all of you, and all of you represent this indomitable entrepreneurial spirit, keep that in mind, that the guy who created internet thought he can better this as he goes to more video content, okay, less text, so that the billions that you're trying to pursue, you can reach those who do not still have the power of literacy. So congratulations, all of you.
Thank you, Amit. Nice words.
So the amount of people who are trying to solve problems at scale, I think keep the passion up. One just suggestion, something which Jayesh also emphasized. The process is very important. So when you are going for products, always do not ignore, there's a lot of complexity in process when you're trying to scale up, and that you would know better, but keep that at the back of your mind at all times. Congratulations, everyone.
और ये सारे पैसे वाले लोग हैं, आप इनके पीछे पड़ जाएं. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, great. Akanksha, what next do we have? So do we have to immediately get into the video, or do we? Okay. Can we have the intro video of Social Media for Empowerment Award?
Social Media for Empowerment is a platform that identifies, recognizes, and honors initiatives that leverage the power of social media to bring about social change. SM4E Awards honors and recognizes the best social media practices across South Asia and synergize efforts and dialogues on social media to use it as an efficient tool for real work and inspire others to utilize it in bringing positive change. This year, we received over 100 nominations from the South Asian region in the following categories. Today, we are proud to present here the best 16 social media innovations and campaigns.
So now, before we go into seeing the finalist video, we want to call our friend Anshu Gupta, the Magsaysay Award winner and popularly known as Goonj founder, traveler, inspirer, to come and say a few words. इनका गूंज का सोशल मीडिया फॉलोइंग मिलियंस है, पता नहीं कहाँ से लाते हैं.
Thank you and congratulations for doing this beautiful work. I think आपने डेफ तब शुरू किया था जब हम डिजिटल के बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं करते थे और लोग डिजिटल पे बात करने वालों को बेवकूफ़ बोलते थे या बोलते थे कि यार ये कौन लोग हैं. आई थिंक दैट इज़ द टाइम यू स्टार्टेड एंड दैट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल थिंग. तो आई जस्ट स्पीक फॉर कपल ऑफ मिनट्स. गूंज के जो भी फॉलोइंग है उसामा, उसकी एक वजह यह है कि वी हैव नेवर आस्क्ड पीपल टू लाइक एंड शेयर. It's on a very auto mode which has happened. I understand the value of social media a lot because मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि I'm a pass out of IMC, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, हम जर्नलिज्म से करके आए थे, और जब सोशल मीडिया आया था तो we thought that it is one of the best possible tool because this is a real democratization of news. हमको बाद में थोड़ा लगा कि ये गलत हो गया because this is also an art, this is also a science. Not every one of us can actually become a journalist. इधर से पंकज यहाँ बैठे हैं and many others who knows कि journalism भी बहुत टेढ़ी खीर है, बहुत मेहनत मांगता है. But for a sector like ours, this is one of the most effective tool क्योंकि हमारे पास ना advertising के budgets होते हैं ना PR के budgets होते हैं. If we use social media effectively, I would say that this is the best possible medium. Just that कि वो हमारे choice है कि हम उसमें क्या दिखाते हैं. We show a woman accepting a sanitary pad from us and we put a photograph of her challenging her dignity. We show a hand pump as our project. या हैंड पंप में से पानी निकल रहा है वो फोटो हम दिखाते हैं. I think that all is in our hand. So we have to be very choosy, very selective, very effective, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली वो स्टोरीज बाहर आना बहुत ज़रूरी हैं आप लोगों की. और एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, जस्ट आखिरी पॉइंट, व्हाट आई बिलीव इन, कि जब व्हेन द नेगेटिविटी ग्रोज, जब आपके सारे सोशल मीडिया टूल्स पर आज की डेट में बहुत कुछ ऐसा है जो आप देखना नहीं चाहते, विच डिस्टर्ब्स यू, विच यू जस्ट ओपन बट यू नो दैट इसमें कुछ अच्छा नहीं होगा, आपके अच्छे मूड को स्पॉइल करेगा. I think that is a time that all of us need to play a much larger, much bigger role, because all of us sitting here have hundreds and hundreds of those beautiful positive story. यदि वो positive story उस negativity को replace करेंगी, that's the best way forward. उस negativity से लड़ने का कोई और तरीका नहीं है. लेवल पे जाके हम नहीं लड़ सकते, हम उस negativity से लड़ ही नहीं सकते. The only way to fight that negativity is that we spread the beautiful and the positive and these inspirational stories as much as possible. Thank you very much. Over to you.
अंशु जो हैं वो हम लोगों को डर लगता है जब वो शहर में उनको बुलाते हैं कि स्टेज पे कि बुरा भला बोलेंगे लोगों को, और गांव में जाके सब अच्छी अच्छी बातें करते हैं. तो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक ही स्पोक लेसर, क्योंकि थोड़ी देर में ही विल स्टार्ट गेटिंग एक्साइटेड टू सोशल मीडिया पे 1 मिलियन, फिर पता चला सबको बोला छोड़ दो सोशल मीडिया. तो सोशल मीडिया इज सर्टेनली two-edged sword. But incidentally, you will see that most of the nomination you will see, and I just saw Pankaj also, tweeted, that you will see that these are problem-solving solutions that most of the people are giving, and also mass problem-solving solutions. And that is very interesting to see here. So we will go and see those videos, the short little 30-second videos. They're not many, just about 12 or 13 of them.
The first finalist for Social Media for Empowerment Awards 2022 to 2023 is Chalchitra Abhiyan.
सोशल मीडिया को अपना हथियार.
सिर्फ सोशल मीडिया ही नहीं, हम गली मोहल्ले, गांव-गांव लोगों की बात लोगों के बीच लेकर गए हैं.
शामली के कांदला से शुरू हुआ ये अभियान अब पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश के बाकी हिस्सों में भी फैल रहा है.
Thank you. The next finalist is Stories of Change. The next finalist is Feminism in India, Hindi.
उन लोगों का क्या जो अंग्रेजी से इतर किसी भी अन्य भाषा में, किसी भी स्थानीय भाषा में जेंडर, नारीवाद और सेक्सुअलिटी जैसे मुद्दों पर अपनी समझ बनाना चाहते हैं, अपने विचारों को व्यक्त करना चाहते हैं. इसीलिए साल 2019 में हमने लॉन्च की अपनी वेबसाइट फेमिनिज्म इन इंडिया हिंदी. आज अपने 4 सालों के सफर में हम करीब 2400 से ज्यादा लेख पब्लिश कर चुके हैं. हम हर सोशल मीडिया के प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपनी मौजूदगी दर्ज करवा चुके हैं. हम ना सिर्फ आर्टिकल्स बल्कि वीडियोस, सोशल मीडिया कैंपेन्स, पोस्टर्स के जरिए नारीवाद, जेंडर और इससे जुड़े अन्य मुद्दों पर हिंदी भाषा में आसान तरीके से कई लोगों तक अपनी बात पहुंचा रहे हैं. हमारे काम को कई अवार्ड्स के द्वारा सराहा जा चुका है. धीरे धीरे ही सही, लेकिन हम अपने काम के जरिए अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं. अब हिंदी में होगी जेंडर और नारीवाद की बात फेमिनिज्म इन इंडिया हिंदी के साथ.
Thank you. Our next finalist is The Better India.
In the last 3 years, he has restored 118 water bodies that have benefited over 2,500 villages and 40 lakh individuals. Meet water warrior Dr. Nimal Raghavan. He has created 102 lake islands in Tamil Nadu's Peravurani Lake and planted 13 lakh native saplings that help with catchment areas, maintain atmospheric moisture, and improve groundwater levels. Raghavan has motivated youth and residents across districts to take up desilting and restoration of various water bodies. In the future, he plans to expand his work throughout India so that no farmer suffers as a result of water constraints.
Thank you. The next finalist is Adivasi Lives Matter.
Adivasi Lives Matter launched a relief fund for the particularly vulnerable tribal groups in India.
ini ko komiti khalai jeng chawu marum bangna hani jeng phakata na phanya ni boro bai.
Our next finalist is Sesame Workshop, India. Our next finalist is Aina. Our next finalist is Apurupa Vatsalya.
Hello and welcome to That Sassy Things Masterclass on Gender and Sexuality. I'm Apurupa. My pronouns are she and they. I've designed this masterclass to walk you through the basics of gender and sexuality and to answer any questions and curiosities that you might have around this topic. It is queer and trans affirmative, and it's by an educator who is queer and trans themselves. So it's not just coming from my expertise, it's also coming from my lived experience.
Our next finalist is E. Thaksalava.
This is not merely a learning management system, but an educational ecosystem being used by over 40 lakhs of children and over 2.5 lakhs of teachers, having nearly 5 lakhs of registered subscribers and over 1,000 numbers of courses, over 50,000 interactive lessons and over 125,000 resources necessary for the national education system, including syllabuses, teachers' guides, textbooks, model questions and answers, past question papers, all learning aids, creative lessons and interactive lessons in all 3 languages, Sinhala, Tamil and English, incorporated with numerous apparatus including a learning content management system.
Our next finalist is Aao Nadiyon Ko Jaane. Thank you. Our next finalist is the YP Foundation.
Vinita from the YP Foundation. Our Safe Abortion for Everyone campaign aims to address the stigma around abortion by normalizing conversations on sexual and reproductive health and on safe abortion in particular. Along with English, the campaign also presents information in Hindi, Assamese, and Malayalam, and addresses abortion from a legal, medical, and socio-cultural perspective through graphics, videos, articles, and resource hubs. It also diversifies the perception of who an abortion seeker is by centering marginalized communities such as tea garden laborers, marine fisher folk, trans and non-binary people, and sex workers. The campaign had a reach over 6 lakh impressions across social media and has also brought about structural changes in abortion law and policy in India and made safe abortion more accessible for young people.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Smile Foundation.
Shiksha Na Ruke came into being as an effort to ensure that education continues for children despite the adversities of the pandemic. Our next step was to reach out to masses, potential donors, and resource and knowledge partners to create awareness about the gaps. Recently, we also featured on Kaun Banega Crorepati. One of our most successful collaboration was last year with India's iconic singer Sonu Nigam, with whom we launched our Shiksha Na Ruke anthem. When we launched our Shiksha Na Ruke initiative, we were reaching nearly 50,000 children. Today, we are reaching out to more than 1 lakh children in remote villages and urban slums. On social media, the initiative has garnered over 16 crore impressions in this financial year alone.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Assam Police.
Children are not social media trophies. Don't Be a Sharon is a one-of-its-kind campaign, not only in South Asia but across the world, through which we are trying to explain to parents that just for a few likes and social media validation, don't bring upon perils on your children. We need to hear the alarm bells that are ringing and bell this sharenting cat.
Thank you. Our next finalist is Life at Lahore. Thank you. Our next finalist is #Generation. Thank you. Our next initiative is Empathy Through Photos.
More than 10 years, Empathy Through Photos tells the story of the people from interiors of India. It aims to reduce the gap between urban and rural India.
किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार, किसी का दर्द मिल सके तो ले उधार, किसी के वास्ते हो तेरे दिल में प्यार, जीना इसी का नाम है.
And the last finalist for Social Media for Empowerment Award 2022 to 23 is Sadhna.
Sadhna was established in 1988 to provide alternative incomes for women in Udaipur's rural, tribal, and urban slum belts. As these communities were not dependent on agriculture, handicraft was chosen to be introduced to them. Sadhna taught patchwork, applique, and tonka embroidery skills to the women for them to earn a secure living. Today, Sadhna provides continuous training to women artisans to improve their skills, a support network to them and their villages, and a respectable position in their family and society. The foundation of the enterprise is Sadhna's commitment to empower women, both economically and socially, and enhance their self-esteem by giving its members access and control over financial and social resources.
Great, thank you very much. And we have very interesting guest of honors lined up for this award giving. और उनके साथ मैं एक line भी जोड़ूंगा. So we have Biraj Patnaik, who give fellowship to create journalists who can do, fact filing in a way. I will also call Mr. Pankaj Pachauri, जिनको देख के बहुत सारे लोग बड़े हुए NDTV इंडिया में. And I will also call Manmohan Singh, who works in the area of education, to make sure that के वहाँ पर कम से कम factual information पहुँचे. I will also call Anshu, to whom social media follows. And I would also like to call Amitabh Behr, जिनको बहुत लोग follow करते हैं. Amitabh Behr from Oxfam India. तो आप लोग थोड़ा बीच-बीच में जगह रखेंगे तो हमारे, winners and social special mentions समाएंगे. So I would call a special mention first in this. There are only 3 of them. Initiative, the Safe Abortion Campaign. Are they here? The YP Foundation? YP Foundation? Oh yes, please run. The second is Assam Police. Don't be a sherent. Assam Police, आपकी वर्दी. So Assam Police is here. And then Life at Lahore. Is there anybody from Life at Lahore? पंजाब में बोलते हैं जिन्होंने लाहौर नहीं देखा उन्होंने जना नहीं. तो अभी लगता है कोई जना नहीं यहाँ पे. So yeah. Okay, I would start calling the winners. Initiative Sadhana, a social initiative. Sadhana is here. Yes, please come. And I will call ALM Emergency COVID-19 Relief for Adivasi, particularly vulnerable tribal ground. Adivasi Lives Matter. Adivasi Lives Matter, are you here? I think they are on Instagram. And then I will call Feminism in India, Hindi. Feminism in India, FII. I can see them there. Yes. Then I'll call Chalchitra Abhiyan. Chalchitra Abhiyan, you guys are perennial winners. And then there is Aina, Vrinda, Aina. Yes. I have a lifelong desire that Chalchitra should make our videos. So Aina, Chalchitra Abhiyan, Feminism in India, Adivasi Lives Matter, and Sadhana. इधर और भी लोग हैं अवार्ड देने के लिए और इन ज़्यादा बैंक बैलेंस ज़्यादा So I would ask Salik, come here. So Salik works with Assam Police. Harmeet was supposed to be here, but he said that PM visited Assam, so therefore he had to rush back. So Salik, one word.
I guess all of you here, you must have heard the term sharenting first time here. You will be hearing this term more often. Thank you. And
thank you. Come.
God, I wasn't prepared. No, thank you. The YP Foundation works with young people, so just thank you for recognizing that young people are an important constituency to work with, and that it's important to talk about rights and intersectionality.
Age group of young people?
Up to 35.
Okay. Millennium. So millenniums are also there. Okay, so.
थैंक यू दूसरी बार यहाँ पर ऐसे में फोरी के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आई थिंक हमारा सपना हमेशा यही था कि जब तक कैमरा मीडिया और मोड्स ऑफ डिसेमिनेशन पूरी तरह से डिसेंट्रलाइज और डेमोक्रेटाइज नहीं होंगे तब तक शायद सही मायने में लोगों के मुद्दे, लोगों की आवाज़ें नहीं लोगों तक पहुँचेंगी. जब तक लोगों की आवाज़ें खुद और लोगों की कहानियाँ खुद लोगों से ही आएँ, आम लोगों से. तो यही सीसीए की कोशिश थी और यही सीसीए आगे भी करता रहेगा.
रही उनकी आवाज़, लेकिन वो फेक ज़्यादा है.
उसी को ही तो
आपके साथ हैं ये.
Talk about my feelings and also the product. Feeling is overwhelming, and I'm just here to take the award. This is for my team. My CEO, Japleen Pastricha, my whole team. I'm just standing here, but there is a pool of people behind. The writers, interns, लोग जो हमारे लिए लिखते हैं. And also, सिर्फ gender, sexuality पे वो लोग ही क्यों बात कर रहे हैं जो अंग्रेजी समझते, लिखते और बोलते. So it's making internet more interesting and safe for women and gender minorities.
So for those who might know, Japleen was very, very young when she got an award. FII is not even an organization. And now it's an organization, it's a movement, it has got Hindi and English, and she also snubs me sometimes, even though she has got awards.
Hello everyone, my name is Shubhangi. I'm representing Sadhana here. Sadhana, as said, is a disciplined, learned practice. So Sadhana of women and women of Sadhana both lay the foundation of this organization. So learned craft is the basis. We are here to teach more and more women who are eager to come forward and become women artisans. We are here to celebrate them. It's indeed an honor to receive the award here on behalf of Sadhana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And there are feelings here as well, I guess.
So the team, others who are not here, and the illustrator, want to thank. We are all doing this
we want to thank having done. And when I told others, also find honored to be part of that. It's to have your speech ready for what you're definitely. Well,
Okay, so you all are volunteers and it's a voluntary effort. So are you going to now get it formalized? Huh? Like many times it happens? Good, so talk to us. And आप लोग से भी कुछ सुनना चाहेंगे? What would you like to say?
पर जैसे पूछा गया था एक लाइन आधा शब्द बोल लें आज पर शुक्रिया आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई जिन्होंने अवार्ड जीता बहुत संक्षेप में सिर्फ यही कह सकता हूँ कि यहाँ हम लोगों ने जो कहा है लीव नो वॉइस बिहाइंड आम तौर पर ये मान लिया जाता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी के ज़रिए डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन हो जाएगा पर हम लोगों की एक रिपोर्ट पिछले साल आई थी ऑक्सफैम की डिजिटल इनइक्वालिटी पे वो यह बताती है कैसे समाज की इनइक्वालिटी और बढ़ जाती है टेक्नोलॉजी के तो ये आप सब लोगों पे जिम्मेदारी है हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है इस इनइक्वालिटी को टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके भी ख़त्म करें और टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ने ना दें पर आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई मज़ा आया यहाँ जो आप लोग इनोवेशन कर रहे हैं और वॉलंटरी एफर्ट्स ही लोगों को एक नया भारत दे
बस इतना ही कहूँगा कि आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ और डीएफ को भी बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ साल के लिए कि उसामा भाई इज़ नाउ रनिंग अ मिडिल एज्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेकिन दिल अभी भी जवां है तो congratulations and congratulations to all the winners really inspiring to see the work that you're doing.
अभी जस्ट अमिताभ की बात पर आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं बोलता हूँ मेरा एक फेवरेट डायलॉग है मैं कहता हूँ कि roti.com बनाने से रोटी नहीं मिलती आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट वी ऑल नीड टू रिमेंबर ऑलवेज नो वो सोल्यूशन है बहुत अच्छा है बट वी ऑलवेज नीड टू रिमेंबर दैट और बहुत खूबसूरत उसामा आज का जो ये पूरा है उसमें दो चीज़ें आई थिंक वन पूजा सेट की आपको इसमें फार्मर्स नज़र आ रहे हैं द सोल्यूशन आर फॉर रूरल मेरा जो सेकंड पैशन है वो यूथ है वो यहाँ भरे पड़े हैं और दैट्स द मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल
तो धन्यवाद आप सभी को और बधाई हो आप सबको आप जो काम कर रहे हैं उससे मुझे बहुत एनर्जी मिली अभी भी और जहाँ पे दुनिया में क्लाइमेट चेंज और वॉर और असंदेह इतना हो रहा है और आप जो कर रहे हैं अंडर सर्व को सर्व कर रहे हैं अनरीचेबल को रीच कर रहे हैं और जितने भी वीडियोज और फोटो दिखे वो टेक्नोलॉजी की कहानी से ज़्यादा था लोगों को कैसे मदद किया सोशल मीडिया में इतना इस निगेटिविटी भी है और आप यू आर कल्टिवेटिंग होप सो आई एम वेरी इंस्पायर्ड एंड थैंक यू एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन टू ओसामा एंड एंटायर टीम कि आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं और ये इनकरेज कर रहे हैं ऐसे लोगों को कि लेट्स बिल्ड ऑन व्हाट इज हैपनिंग पॉजिटिविटी पे काम करते हैं अंशु भी बोले लेट्स work on positive instead of looking at what is negative there and hopefully slowly we'll be able to amplify that. So thank you and congratulations everyone.
Thank you very much for inviting me. First Manthan Awards when Usama had called me, I can't come, you get all the awards to studio. And we had a wonderful program for 20 years he's been at it and he's done a lot of work. Congratulations and all the awardees to एंड इन द पास्ट अगर पठान के डायरेक्टर ने उसामा को ज्वाइन कर दिया होता डीएफ में तो फिल्म का क्लाइमैक्स अलग होता क्योंकि फाइनली वायरल वीडियो था वो फेक निकला तो ये जो सारी चीज़ें हैं कि फेक क्या है सही क्या है गलत क्या है और ख़ासकर क्राइसिस चल रही है तमिलनाडु में ये हमारे ग्रामीण इलाकों में लोगों को माइग्रेंट्स को फार्मर्स को ये सब बताना जो है वो अगला चैलेंज हमारा है टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास में आ गई है टेक्नोलॉजी चाकू की तरह है केक भी काट सकते हैं और भी चीज़ें काट सकते हैं तो वो बहुत ज़रूरी है आजकल लगे हुए हैं तो कैसे आप ट्रेन करें लोगों को जर्नलिस्ट को वो टेक्नोलॉजी का सही इस्तेमाल करें। जैसा हमने आज देखा, ये इस टेक्नोलॉजी का सही इस्तेमाल है। फेक व्हाट्सएप भेजना, बॉट्स बनाना टेक्नोलॉजी का सही, और यही DEF से हम। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का, और बहुत बहुत आपको सबको मुबारक हो।
एक हम छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे आप लोगों को चाय पीने के लिए नहीं, चाय का कप लाने के लिए। तो you can take a 5 to 7 minutes break to go and pick up your cup of tea, and then come back, and then we will conclude with the ENGO Challenge Award, which is the last one, and hopefully you will have more brainwave after seeing the tech for good. So all of you also should know that all the award winners, finalists, special mention, everything is catalogued in the book, and the book is available outside. When you go, you can collect it. अभी के लिए आप जल्दी से चाय लेके वापस आ जाइए, अगला आधा घंटा और प्रोग्राम बचा है। request Akanksha, Pranita to come and assist. We were supposed to get the cup of tea, but मुझे लगता सब लोग घर चले गए. Yeah, so may I request Gulshan to run the eNGO challenge intro video?
The eNGO Challenge, under the umbrella of Digital Empowerment Foundation's eNGO program, was put into conception to recognize and facilitate grassroots organizations doing exception and empowering work using digital tools. Today, it strives to build and strengthen grassroots organizations with the help of new age tools like digital good governance, transparent management, and effective outreach. This year, we received over 100 nominations from the South Asian region in the following categories. We are proud to present the best out of the nominations we received here today.
Can somebody help to go into the tea area to bring all of them inside? Vikas, can you ask people to come inside? Irfan, can you ask everybody to come inside? So what is important to realize is that most of the people from eNGO Challenge are waiting, and they need to go back because tomorrow is Holi is starting. Choti Holi, phir badi Holi. So just to give that a little respect, we need to conclude the session. Okay, may I request to run the videos? Can I take name and you can click that one? Gulshan, Saikat? Yeah, so please run the video of Puducherry Youth Helpline. Trust for Youth and Child Leadership, Suicide Prevention.
Is a safe space for the youth to share their feeling and get professional help to find solution to their day-by-day life challenges. It also provides the following services like mental health counseling, job assistance, career guidance, education loan support, entrepreneurship guidance, internship, fellowship, and volunteering opportunities. Puducherry Youth Helpline reaches minimum 5,000 youths in a year in Puducherry with extensive physical and outreach activity to promote positive and healthy mental health. Every year, minimum 300 youths get benefits from the helpline's mental health support. It also sensitize and intervene the social, economic, and cultural issues that are directly connected with the mental health issues in the rural community through an initiative called Mobile Mental Health Clinic.
The next is 300 Million Citizens Challenge from Katha.
The 300 Katha's goal is to empower underserved and underprivileged children and end child poverty. Katha is now able to deliver high quality, contextualized, child-centric content anywhere in the country. The 300M platform or learn.katha.org, very easy navigation, a colorful visual design, and it's very engaging and keeps the child interested and motivated. The target audience is children and underserved communities. We have reached over 100,000 children, and the goal is to reach 1 million children via 1,000 grassroots partners by 2025.
It is Women Leadership Program from Ali. Hi.
मुद्दा ये है कि क्या महिलाएं जो हैं उनको अपने सारे मानवाधिकार मिल रहे हैं या नहीं। सिर्फ वायलेंस की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की बात कर रहे हैं। और आई थिंक वही राइट्स बेस्ड अप्रोच है जो कि आली के डीएनए में है।
इसी सोच के साथ हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया उस ट्रेनिंग के प्रोसेस को, जिससे अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लोग ये सारी टेक्निकलिटीज़ को समझ के, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से लेकर के सीडॉ से लेकर के हाउ टू लॉज द एफआईआर, कैसे एफआईआर होती है, कैसे मीडिएशन होता है, कैसे काउंसलिंग होती है, कैसे एग्जीक्यूशन होता है, और यही नहीं केस देखते समय कैसे उनको फिल्टरिंग करती है। क्योंकि लॉ के लिए तो आप या तो वकीलों के पास जाइए, वकील पैसे लेते हैं, महिलाओं के पास पैसे होते नहीं हैं। जो कमाने वाली महिला है उसके पास भी पैसे बचे नहीं होते, उसके घरेलू काम में खर्च हो रहे होते।
बहुत सी महिलाओं की ज़िंदगी में बहुत से बदलाव आली के माध्यम से आए हैं, डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली, जिसको हम ये नहीं कहते कि आली ने किया है, उन महिलाओं का है, लेकिन उसमें आली की सहभागिता रही।
Thank you. The next organization is Jago Foundation. The next organization is Sunny Lives, AI-based disaster impact model. The next organization is Anudeep Foundation for Social Welfare. The next finalist is Visions.
$644 million people around the world don't have the eyeglasses they need. to succeed at school, to be productive at work, to be safe on the road and in their homes. Vision Spring is working to ensure that everyone earning less than $4 a day has access to eyeglasses. We deliver radically affordable, quality eyeglasses to earners and learners who need them the most. Vision Spring brings vision camps to rural and urban communities that have limited access to eye care services. To reach more people, Vision Spring partners with organizations reaching customers in more than 40 countries. Our partners include non-governmental organizations, governments, social enterprises, and private businesses with a shared interest in bringing vision services to low-income communities.
Thank you. The next organization is Haryana Welfare Society for Persons with Speech and Hearing Impairment.
The objective of Haryana Welfare Society is to provide quality education to the deaf students till class 12th, along with imparting skill development programs such as tailoring, art and craft, ceramic, pottery, and various other programs. We also provide sign language training to the parents, along with several counseling services to the deaf.
Thank you. The next organization is Fernandez. Next finalist is Yuvajita Foundation. Thank you. The next organization is Y4D Foundation.
DTRC project primarily set up a lab with 20 to 25 computers with smart board and all modern amenities, where teachers are trained and their mindset is set that digitalization can be a leap forward. With that, we make sure that 200% utilize the infrastructure. Nearby students are trained there so that the labs is 100% utilized. In India, we are currently running 19 labs with benefit fitting to 20,000 plus students and teachers across the India. Primary focus currently is into state like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and NCR UP region. But soon we will expand to other parts of India and with our partners.
Next organization is
The story of transforming literacy in India. 2011, with a passion for encouraging volunteerism while harnessing technology, eVidyaloka was founded, with the vision to enable quality education for the most deserving rural children. 2022, covering more than 610 schools in 490 villages, eVidyaloka has significantly transformed the educational landscape of India.
We
have improved the literacy of over 7.5 million students with the help of more than 6,000 volunteers. This Literacy Day, volunteer to teach and help us in our endeavor to achieve 100% rural literacy.
The next organization is Orange's Social Welfare. The next organization is Dipalya. The next organization is Adani Skill Development Center. The next finalist is Trust for Youth and Child Leadership.
According to the National Crime Record Bureau Report 2021, Government of India, there were a total of 4,28,000 plus cases of crime against women were registered, which is a 15% increase from 2020. In order to address this, in 2018, Trust for Youth and Child Leadership launched Girls Lead Girls, a holistic self-defense program to build young girls as a strong self-defenders and knowledge-based resources in the society. With that outcome of the study, we have developed a comprehensive self-defense curriculum which includes physical, emotional, economical, intellectual, sexual, online, socio-legal and socio-cultural self-defenses. Nearly 486 girls has been trained on this program from both online and offline mode, and 1,700 plus girls has been sensitized on self-defense through presentations and community outreaches.
Thank you. The next finalist is Astha Foundation.
तो डिजिस्वास्थ्य का जो मेन लक्षण है वो ये है कि हम कैसे प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर को सुलभ और उसको कैसे किफ़ायती बनाएं। इसके लिए डिजिस्वास्थ्य क्या करता है कि डॉक्टर्स को, जो कि बड़े शहरों से है, कनेक्ट करता है गांव में बैठे लोगों को। और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम कैसे डिजिस्वास्थ्य जो है गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम करते हुए और अपने कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हुए हम कैसे जो ये बर्डन है वो कम कर सके हमारे हेल्थ केयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे, हेल्थ केयर का सिस्टम जो है उस पर। अगर हर जगह पे छोटे छोटे ऐसे प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर होंगे, डिजिस्वास्थ्य का जैसे टेलीमेडिसिन सेंटर है, आप नॉर्मल खांसी फीवर के लिए हर उस चीज़ के लिए आप हॉस्पिटल जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है आपको।
Thank you. The next organization is Udyogini.
Udyogini was born in 1992 and chosen a path which is more innovative and more empowering.
Udyogini is really a dream for many women to become a businesswoman.
So Udyogini's way forward is going to be to access these millions of women and train them on entrepreneurship and take them in this journey of empowering them through giving them more income, and they control the income and then use it for themselves, for their children, for the education, and through this women get more space socially, economically and politically.
The next organization is One NGO. The next organization is Wellness Foundation Trust.
cva.org.in portal, which was created with a vision to consolidate and coordinate NGOs supporting different causes and to avoid duplications. The wellcast.com portal is an online portal to display the news of charitable organizations and charitable activities. The wellserve.org is a crowdfunding platform that can be used by all NGOs. Duplications are a major drawback encountered in the delivery of charity or the use of resources. This platform brought much relief to the NGOs to avoid duplications and wastage of resources. So with this, I conclude the activities that are being done by Wellness Foundation Trust to make the use of technology in implementing charity and making it more scientific and less of errors.
Thank you. The next finalist is 3RZW Environment Foundation.
Today, India is burdened with 1.8 billion tons of legacy waste, and it's a huge crisis not only for India, for the whole world. The model of waste segregation which we promote in the community is 4-dustbin concept, whereas green is organic waste, blue is paper and cardboard, orange is plastic, and e-waste is metal. The project which we are launching is Karma Points. It's India's first digital application that provides reward points for eco gestures. We have spent 500,000 people educated, awareness given in this last 2.5 years.
Next organization is SEED. The next organization is Patiala Foundation. The next organization is Cancer Aid Society.
From Cancer Aid Society. The project is Nationwide Cancer Control Program. Our focus area is preventive health and control of cancer and other non-communicable diseases, integrated with tobacco control and palliative care. The methodology involves awareness and advocacy within community through student volunteers, and our coverage is all over India. We are working in association with United Nations Department of Global Communications. We have got a special consultative status with United Nations Economic and Social Council, and we are participant of World Health Organization under Global Coordination Mechanism on NCDs.
And the next finalist is Balaji Seva Sanstha.
बालाजी सेवा संस्थान की स्थापना 2002 में हुई थी और विगत 20 वर्षों में लगभग 3,50,000 बेनिफिशियरी को हमने लाभान्वित किया है अपने विभिन्न प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से। हमारा फोकस एरिया है टीबी एलिमिनेशन, HIV/AIDS एलिमिनेशन, टोबैको कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, लाइवलीहुड मेजर्स। हमने 3,000 से अधिक परिवार जो कि टीबी, HIV, कुछ रोग से ग्रसित थे, उनको हमने भूखा सोने नहीं दिया और 500 से अधिक महिलाओं को हमने प्रशिक्षण देकर उनको रोजगारों से जोड़ा।
Thank you, everyone. We're gonna hand over the.
Okay, here is the last session of announcement of awards. So may I request you guest of honors to come on the stage, and may I call Dr. Amirullah Khan to come on the stage, Mr. Deepak Maheshwari, Matthew Cherian sir, and Natasha Badwar. Natasha is not here. Then Shalini Kala. Why did you? Okay, so we are going to announce the names of the special mention. The first is Sunny Lives, AI-based disaster impact model. Organization is Seeds. The second is Jago Foundation's Digital School Program. Jago Foundation. Is Jago Foundation here? Are you awake? May I request Women Leadership Program, ALI, AALI, Women Leadership Program. And the fourth special mention is from Katha, 300 Million Citizens Challenge. From Katha. I think he was here. Yeah. And the last special mention is Puducherry Youth Helpline, Trust for Youth and Child Leadership, Suicide Prevention. Puducherry Youth Helpline. Oh, wonderful. Good to see you. Back from the country. So we are missing Jago, right? And also give a space to the camera person and to your click. So the interesting part is that these are not tech NGOs. These are the normal, everyday, not-for-profit organization who are using some digital tool to do some good. Okay, I'm going to call the winners now. The first one is Oranges Road Safety Education Training and Awareness Campaign, Yuva Jaya Foundation. Yuva Jaya Foundation, wonderful, please come. Then Fernandez Foundation, Quality, Compassionate, Respectful Maternal Health, a scale-up of professional midwifery in Telangana. Fernandez Foundation? Not here. ISL textbook by Haryana Welfare Society, the people who were on the stage since morning. Wow, thank you for your help. They must be the most photographed people today. And then Digit Eyes from the organization called Vision Spring Foundation. Digit Eyes. And then the last one is Anudeep Foundation for Social Welfare, Digital Inclusion of Young Aspirants. Diya. So the person who was from Anudeep, when you all were having tea, he said that, can you please, if I am the winner, can you please give me the certificate? Because his flight was early and he said that tomorrow in West Bengal there is some, Holi is bigger than the other part of the country. So he had taken the award and he has gone. Okay, so Haryana Welfare says that if you want to congratulate, you can say this in the sign language. Okay.
So, first of all, thanks for recognizing what we are doing. People don't know, but eyesight is the biggest disability in this country. We are trying to make eyeglasses accessible everywhere at the very, very lowest cost. And recently we have integrated the digital platform in our intervention, which is going to make a dramatic change in coming few years. Thank you.
आप उसकी तरह तो नहीं करेंगे कि जो रजिस्टर ऑनलाइन नहीं करेगा उसको चश्मा नहीं देंगे?
Thank you, Osama, and everyone from DF. This is thankful. We are very thankful to everyone out here and all the participants for sharing what they have done. And from our side, for the award really goes to our partners, the facilitators, and most importantly, the 100,000 children who have benefited from some of our programs. And this is a partnership plus technology-led initiative. You can come over there and we can share with you that. Thank you.
That's Katha, by the way.
So, thank you so much for recognizing our work. दो लाइन में और करना चाहूँगी क्योंकि महिलाओं को खासकर हिंदी बेल्ट की महिलाओं को बोलने का मौका कम मिलता है. आई एम रेनू, आई एम लॉयर और मैं ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ जो लगभग भारत के 4 राज्यों के 52 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के 2200 केसेस हम प्रो बोनो देखते हैं. एशिया में कोई ऐसा लीगल चैम्बर नहीं होगा जो महिलाओं के केसेस जितने वो भी फ्री ऑफ द कॉस्ट देखता हो, लेकिन उसका कहीं कोई रिकॉग्निशन नहीं है. सो जस्ट वांटेड टू टेल यू कि भारत में और खासकर बाकी दुनिया की मैं बात नहीं करूँगी, मैं जहाँ पे हूँ वहीं की बात करूँगी. भारत में अभी भी रिसोर्सेज महिलाओं के प्रति 10% है, हालांकि हम 70 करोड़ आबादी हैं. और जब अगर हम विकास की बात करते हैं और डेवलप कंट्री होने की बात करते हैं तो हम 50% को छोड़ करके आगे नहीं बढ़ा जा सकता है. विकसित देश हम नहीं बन पाएंगे. तो प्लीज़ invest in the women for equality and for the development of this country. Thank you.
और डिजिटल जेंडर डिवाइड तो और ज़्यादा है.
Yeah, no, thanks for the recognition. At Seeds, we believe in building a resilient communities. And you can't build resilient communities till the time you know what are those risks. And what we found is we don't have a good understanding of hyperlocal information about the risk. And this initiative was a kind of an innovative way to share that information and build your strategies towards that. I think in India so far we are still a response-based mechanism for disasters. The idea of this model is how we can shift towards the resilience. And we are happy to partner with all the different partners who are here because we can't build resilience alone, and we want to partner. And lastly, we would also like to thank our partners, Microsoft and the state governments and city governments who have partnered with us for this.
आपने नया चैट जीपीटी बनाया है, वो किसी काम का है?
Yes. So Sapan here, thank you so much for welcoming us in your community. And now I want to welcome you all to our deaf world, of the world of sign language. And we're all united by this communication bond of sign language. And I hope you all learn. I mean, there's no mistake, there's no problem. It's just sign language, like that's going to connect us. Thank you so much.
Feeling great. Thank you for the beautiful award. Thank you, dear.
So, on behalf of TYCL Puducherry, I thank the DEF organization for giving us this award. So, we are very happy. And so, through Youth Helpline, Puducherry Youth Helpline, we are addressing the socio-economic root causes of suicide. So, the target audience is the young people of age 18 to 35. So, we are providing services like job assistance, mental health counseling, education loan support, career guidance support, all these services at free of cost. So, we do believe local action will bring like global change. So, yeah, thanks once again. Thank you, everyone.
DF office is also in Pondicherry, so get in touch with us.
சொல்லணும் தாய்மார்களே பொதுமக்களே உங்கள் வேலை ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கு. சமவும் நானும் பாண்டிச்சேரியில் ரொம்ப நாள் வரது உண்டு. அதனால் ரொம்ப நன்றி. Since I speak their language, I thought I might as well tell them what it is. Thank you.
सबको बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं. बढ़ते
ये कैटेगरी बड़ी स्पेशल है क्योंकि मुश्किल रात में बड़े चैलेंजिंग एरियाज में आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच, वेरी वेल डन एंड ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू.
आज से 25 साल और 50 दिन पहले 16 जनवरी 98 को जब हम लोगों ने, मैं, अमिताभ और कुछ और लोगों ने मिलकर इंटरनेट पॉलिसी पर चैलेंज किया था, तो हमने ये सोचा भी नहीं था कि इसका क्या क्या यूज़ हो सकता है, लेकिन इतना पता था कि बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. और इसीलिए उस समय जो सरकार ने नीति बनाई थी कि केवल ये सर्विसेज ऑफ़र की जाएंगी और कुछ नहीं, तो हमारी मतलब और भी चीज़ें थी उसमें प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन हम लोगों का जो मेन मुद्दा ये था कि वी शुड हैव फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी ऑफ चॉइस, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी ऑफ एनी थिंग, एनी सर्विस, एनी एप्लीकेशन. So it's very humbling and also gratifying to see कि जो कनेक्टिविटी है उसको यूज़ करके और क्या क्या चीज़ें की जा रही हैं. लेकिन जैसे अंशु ने पहले बोला था, roti.com और फॉर दैट मैटर hasi.com या एनीथिंग एल्स फॉर दैट मैटर, वो जो चीज़ें हैं जो हमें भौतिक रूप से या किसी भी रूप में ज़रूर चाहिए, डिजिटल एक टूल है और उसको यूज़ करना चाहिए, लेकिन डिजिटल में अकेले हम ना सिमट के रह जाएं, यही केवल आप लोगों से गुजारिश है. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. So all the award winners who are there in the audience, may I request you to come here for a group photo. And those who are guest of honors, can I request them to come and sit on this border to give honor to all the awardees. So सारे अवार्डी सर्टिफिकेट लेके जा चुके हैं या यहाँ पर हैं कुछ लोग? जो लोग हैं वो लोग आ जाएं. You know, those people who are awardees, please come on the stage for a group photo. Matthew, please, in front row. लोग नीचे भी So there are 3-4 ways to sit. One is in front of the senior citizens, and the second दूसरा है like this, and the second is this, and the third is standing. So who will sit like this, like me? Come fast. Whoever is left. Oh. And then one line is behind. Maybe the girls can be here. Come closer. Yes, yes. Veena? So thank you very much, all of you. And now may I request the DEF people who deserve the highest thanks for organizing this. Those who were awake all night, they didn't sleep the whole night, cutting and pasting everything, including publishing book at night. Please come. DF team, please come, and DF board members should be here. Shafali, Amir, Matthew. क्या हुआ? अरे जल्दी आ जाओ, जल्दी आ जाओ. हाँ बैठो. तो साथ में रहो ना, टीम है ना, टीम है. सीट नहीं बना दी है इसको. Please come. So just to tell you, all the books that published, everything that you see published is published in the last 18 hours. I don't know why did they take 18 hours. It should have been done in 180 minutes. And Deepak was saying कि publish क्यों किया? So thank you very much, team. आ जाओ. Anybody left? अरे भाई, आप लोगों को अवार्ड दिया है, आप लोगों ने दिन भर हमारा खाना खाया है, थोड़ा फोटो तो हमारा खींच लें. अरे सूचना प्रेनियोर सारे लोग आ जाएं. And the jurors, finally, let me call the jurors also. स्वराज, मैथिली, और जूरर्स कौन से बच गए हैं यहाँ पे? आरजू, कम. Our Northeast team, where is Northeast team? आ जाओ, इधर आ जाओ. कौन हो तुम? कहाँ से? He has come from Assam without tea. So for those who have still attention span, ये हमारी टीम जो है ये 10% है of the total team. अगर हम सारे टीम को बुलाएं तो फिर उसके बाद वही ऑडियंस हो जाएंगे. Thank you so much. From Badmer, from Tea Garden of Assam, from Silchar, from Tinsukia, from Halakandi, from Murshidabad, from Jharkhand, from Badmer, Rajasthan, from Kalusaray, from Malviya Nagar, Okla, Jamia, Hyderabad, Kashmir. Oh, Kashmir, please. Yes. Thank you so much.